Now we're on live. We're live. We are live.
Live. Oh, let me pull it up here so you can see. That's the only way I can tell.
This StreamYard thing is funny because it started doing this weird thing where you have to press another button to go onto it after you've gone on it. This StreamYard thing is funny because it started doing this weird thing where you have to press another button to go onto it after you've gone on it. There we go. Right, I have to turn that off because it's actually easier sometimes for me to see the messages on there than it is on my phone because it's tiny on my phone. So I have it on my TV as well.
All right.
So
yeah. But I just turn the volume down, and then you won't have any feedback.
Yeah.
All right.
So there we go.
All right. We are live.
Go on, Dave. Say hello.
Hey everyone! So welcome to episode 9. We'll ease into it like we always do. Until we got a bunch of people here already. It looks like. But we'll ease into it till everybody can show up. But so this is episode 9. Hard to believe we're at episode 9 already. And
I know. What's happened? It's like time is really, really fast.
Although we did do that accelerated one that jumped us forward a little bit when we did our special guest with Mark Katsakri. So
yeah, and we're doing that again next week. Tell them that.
That was an awesome show.
Yeah, that was a good one. We were very lucky to do that. I don't know if you heard what happened, but Gareth is like a super crazy Twilight Zone fan, so he just went and asked him. He's like, hey, he got too excited filming his Twilight Zone video, so he's like, I'm just gonna go ask this guy. He'll come on. And,
I had to send him flowers and chocolate. I sent a naked picture of me. I tried my best to do anything, and he eventually agreed. Things just to shut me up. If anyone wants that picture, just let me know.
So we're very lucky to be joined tonight by the Mild Rumpus, who's well, I mean, not that new anymore, but you've kind of exploded on the scene and dropped by a couple times, and so we've just started watching each other's stuff in recent days, and it seemed like it'd be great to have you on. So Rumpus this is his first live stream ever. So I don't know if he's a little nervous. He doesn't strike me as the nervous type, but
why he's chosen us, I don't know how that's going to work. But I tell you what, I was going to say that it feels like Rumpus has been around for ages because he just immediately connects with everyone. Yeah, it's just very cool.
Well, I was lurking for the longest time. Like, when I was home for Christmas, we actually were watching Dave's video of Olive's birthday. I was like, you got to see this dog. It's the cutest dog in the world. So it's very strange to, it's kind of like when you're watching a horror movie or a sci-fi and the TV starts talking back at you, it's very strange.
Is Ace here?
Ace is here. You'll hear him. He's not as camera friendly as Olive. He's very, it's Ace's world. I'm just living in it,
Right. Well, it's always the way, I think, right? Hey, you want one?
Yeah, actually, you can't see Olive today either. Oh, there she is.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, she's...
We couldn't see Olive. I mean, you can't see mine either. So, yeah. Mine are like very shy. How old is Ace?
Now she's getting too comfortable, I guess. I don't know.
Ace is 6 years old.
No.
He'll turn 7 in December. Knock on
That's cool.
Wood.
Yeah.
So he's got his habits now.
Hey, he's got better health care than I do, so he's
right. Yeah, because he went through a thing recently, right?
Yeah, he's always his ears. If it's not his ears, it's his teeth. If it's not his teeth, it's his skin. Frenchies are problematic. They've got a great personality, but they have lots of health issues.
Yeah.
My daughter's got a Frenchie as well, called Gus. Lovely addition to the family. What a shame! I put my phone in the way. It means my finger's going to be on the messages all the time. Never mind. I can't switch it now. Right, should we say hello to everyone?
Yeah, we better.
And then what we do. But after we've gone through the messages, give you a little heads up, Rumpus. If you talk about your channel and what you like to put on the channel and that kind of thing, that'd be awesome. So we'll say hello first. So Elaine's here.
Hey, Elaine.
Elaine. And obviously Jenny's here, otherwise we wouldn't be able to keep going.
Jenny's our what do you call it? Our producer, our backstage show manager. Keeps us on task, on schedule.
Yeah. And tells everyone off when they talk about something else. Pat's here.
Hey, Pat.
Hi, Pat. Hi, William. Nice to see you, man.
Hey, William.
Jenny says, hey, Pat. Hi, Jenny. Live from New York City. Yeah,
Hey,
Peter Book Lover.
Peter.
Awesome. Erie's here. Awesome. I admire the fact that all three of you are off-center in the frame. Well, it's an agreement we had before we started filming.
That's the plan, Erie.
Off-center.
I have to be off-center because I have my my partner in crime here. So what's the matter with you? Why are you so tired today?
I can sit and adjust myself for hours and I'll still end up off-center somehow. I don't know what it is. Probably my brain. My brain's off-center.
We're just happy if Garrett's whole head is in the frame. That's good enough. We're just satisfied with that.
If I like this, because someone said he likes the fact that it's like FaceTime because I'm so close. But I've had people moan and say, "Oh, I don't like this channel because he's too close." So I'm like that. All right, hey, dude. Yeah. You know. So
but a lot of people like that. Big. Sorry. Go ahead. Finish saying hello.
No. Do they? That's
I was just gonna say a lot of people like that. I've seen people comment about your channel and that they really like that. Something it makes me wonder sometimes if I'm too far away when I do those. Rumpus has a similar style. Very close face to the camera, and a lot of people like that because they feel like they're having like an intimate conversation with you. You know. But,
I still don't know where to look. I never know where to look. And then I have ADHD, so like my brain is rapid firing all the time. So I'm like trying to find the thoughts. So I never, I'm looking everywhere. It's just vomit, and it's through editing that I'm able to form sentences. So I don't know what tonight's going to be like.
Yeah, that's cool. You keep vomiting, mate. You keep vomiting. All right. So then off work today. So can't complain. Awesome. So Jenny, that was Jenny replying to Elaine. Can't remember. Someone saying, "Oh no, Pat," saying that. So nice. Jess is here. Episode 9. Let's go. I have a spirit finger starting for you guys. Nice. Bring it on. Jenny says, "Bad." Hi, Jenny.
Just wants,
you don't want to make a photo, honestly. What I usually do, to be fair, is I have a Photoshop one. It's my head and it's Dave's body. It works a lot better. So if you want that, then let me know. There we go. There's the big one.
Now you think I'm going to come on this show with no biscuits? I've done my homework. Okay, I brought the most obnoxious cookies you could purchase. It's Mother's Day is coming up, right? That's right around the corner, and we're very what's the word? We're very literary here, and so I thought I would go with mythology as well. So I brought frosted Mother's cookies, sparkling, not just normal, but sparkling mythical creature cookies.
Wow.
They're in the shape of sea serpents, dragons, unicorns, and mermaids. Wow. And I'll probably have diabetes by the end of the night. But
wow.
That is awesome.
You got to take one of those out. Let's see if
it really looks like
see if
it looks like
you might not want to eat it. Do you know what I mean? If it looks really lovely, go, I can't bite into that.
Yeah, you can't like bite the head off of a unicorn.
Now biting into your man or something.
Oh, y'all, this is pathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a mermaid. Oh, I guess. I mean,
it looks like an earthworm. It looks like a lumpy earthworm.
The mermaid with a massive beak.
Any guesses? Sea serpent. I guess that's Nessie, Loch Ness, right?
That looks like the map of Italy.
Wow.
They tried.
That's some serious false advertising on that package.
I'm not even seeing sparkles. I'm going in though. Hang on. Let's see.
Wow. Is it sour? Are they sour?
No, they're like disgustingly sweet. It tastes like Sunday school.
But it's like a gummy, right?
No, I
No?
would like that. No, they're just covered in frosting and sugar.
Huh.
See,
Yeah,
I was never allowed to have this stuff because my father's diabetic, and I'm like the only one in the family that isn't.
Yeah.
So
Hey, come on now. Yeah, I mean Gareth's not allowed to either, but he does it anyway.
I always make the excuse that I'm type 2 and not type 1, so that means I can just carry on. No, I'm not just doing that. I'm not. That was a joke. I'm not just doing it. I'm trying. But yeah, so that sounds like they might be like, we've got a thing over here called ice gems, and they're like biscuit on the bottom, and then like an ice, like a just pure icing on the top. Like this actually takes most of the biscuit, and it's like incredibly sweet, and that might be like something like that. It might be just icing on the top. Is it? Something like that?
I went to 3 different stores today. I wanted to find milk. Do you know milk? I mean, everyone knows milk, but the brand milk.
There's a brand milk?
Well,
Yeah,
do you mean
milk?
milk?
There's a
Do you
store
mean
in the
like
East
European
Village.
chocolate one?
Well, no, there's a store. I think it's originated in the East Village, where this woman realized like the best part of cereal was the milk that was left at the bottom. And so what they do is they take cereal and they put it in the milk, and then they, I guess, get rid of the cereal, and they take the sweet milk and they bake with it. And so now they started doing pre-packaging, like selling them in the stores, but it's too bougie for my neighborhood. Nobody had them. It's very expensive. And it's also, I mean, you can imagine it's super sweet. It's a bit much. Oh, there's
okay.
That's
Well, I've got malted milk. That's my choice for today. So I think I've had malted milk before. I think.
Is that like it looks a little bit like a biscotti cookie? Is that what that is, or no?
No. It might be a similar. It's probably a similar texture, but the flavor is definitely you can have. It's not irrelevant that it's got milk in it because it does taste a bit milky, but it's the malt that's the strong taste. The malted milk is the malt. So I don't know if you know what that would taste like, but yeah, malt loaf, don't you, and all that. So there's very nice. It's one of the best. It's in the top. It's in the top 5 of the British biscuit contingent. I'd say.
Really? You mean in terms of popularity or in terms of your favorite?
No, in terms of my house.
Oh. Are they pretty sweet though, or no?
They are more sweet than a digestive, I reckon. Slightly more sweet than a digestive, but not as sweet as a custard cream.
Okay.
You can play around with that. Not as sweet as a jammy dodger. You have jammy dodgers, don't you?
I don't think we have jammy dodgers.
MJ buys jammy dodgers.
Jammy dodgers? Yeah.
And
she buys hobnobs as well. Although she might not want to tell you about
that. I've never seen the jammy dodgers over here.
Apparently, there's somewhere in America that sells. Are you near? You're near MJ, aren't you? You near MJ?
Yeah. She's in Pennsylvania. I'm in Connecticut.
Yeah, that sounds close.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but I don't know. I haven't seen him out here, but
I think so.
Sure, look, it's a big place, so it's.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, you gotta finish saying hi to everybody.
Yeah. We covered. Well, you haven't told me about your biscuits yet, but me and Rumpus have started. Jim's here.
Hey,
hello,
Jim. Hello, Jim.
Hi guys. Good to see you all. That sounded English. Good.
Have you ever seen Jim's,
Patrick Stewart? Hey?
Have you seen Jim's channel, Rumpus? Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
He's got a beautiful voice. If you watch it for too long, you get pregnant.
Oh.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out. There's been loads of people unsubscribing because they're just fed up of having kids. Hi, Olive. Tell Dave to give you a treat.
Yeah,
we don't know what Dave's treat is yet. We'll get there in a second.
So I got.
Hey, Jim.
I got I don't know even how to pronounce this. Joey Joe's vanilla flavored sandwich cookies with ube cream. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Ube cream.
Ube cream.
So this same color as those cookies that I had last time, but they sound very different. So I was very pleasantly surprised with the last one. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know if you can have these, Bubs. We got to see what's in them. Yeah, you can probably have a little taste. But, I don't know. They got some nuts in them. I don't know if you can have them. I don't think you can have
nuts. That's cool. Are they kind of OT biscuits or?
Olive's got once again has the snack sticks, chicken and sweet potatoes.
Dave, have one of them. Go on, Dave, have one of them. Everyone in the chat wants you to have one of them. What do you give
me if I eat one of these on camera? Because I'll do it. I'll do it if the motivation is strong enough.
Are we going to say that we're going to make Rumpus eat a dog biscuit? I'll go and get one from over there. And then his first ever live stream, and all three of us eat dog biscuits.
He's got some peanut butter ones that smell pretty good. They're pretty tempting. I'm not going to lie.
Now, be honest.
I've got a feeling it might taste a bit meaty as well. I don't know.
Be honest, Rumpus. Have you ever taken a little nibble just to see? No?
No.
Oh, I had... one time, me and my mate, when we were we were about 15, and we decided to spend an afternoon. My mum had gone out, and we spent the afternoon just eating ridiculous things in the kitchen. And that was the day, the only time in my life that I tried a raw egg. It didn't stay in my body for very long, but I ate a raw egg. It was disgusting. And then we decided that we'd eat some canned dog food. Oh, it was gross. Oh. It was absolutely gross.
Have you guys seen that commercial on YouTube? I'm trying to remember the name of the dog, but it's like the Southern woman, and she's like, I don't know, we'll say it's Cricket. God rest Cricket, the one that got shot. She's like, this. Oh no, wait, is it Biscuit? We'll say Biscuit since we're on this show. She's like, this is my dog Biscuit. He's 69 years old, and it's because I feed him farmer's dog. Have you seen that? It comes up like every other commercial for me. It's either that or this is your Auntie Vivica, where it's Vivica Fox, advertising car insurance with iced tea or something. It's the weirdest thing. But look for that commercial. It's so funny. She's like, this is my dog Biscuit. I love it. Or Chester. Maybe it's Chester. Chester sounds right.
I keep seeing the farmer dog. I think I see the ads on Instagram or something. I keep getting the farmer's dog thing. I actually even filled out the profile once because I watched their video, and they made me feel really, really bad about feeding. Olive has a sister too. It made me feel really bad about giving them kibble. I don't know if it's really as horrible as they say it is, but it made me feel really bad about it. I was telling my wife, I'm like, I'm going to start cooking them food. I'm going to start making them just cooking up chicken and vegetable dishes and stuff like that, because I can't give them this kibble stuff anymore. But I guess that's farmer's dog thing, is they do it for you, right? They they cook up human food meals for them.
Yeah, we got a company that keeps appearing on my TV going on about we're putting the food back in dog food. And I'm watching it. I can't remember what the company is. It's probably something that's over there as well. But I'm watching it thinking, yeah, but my dogs, they are quite happy to eat poo. So,
it is so funny that you say that, because I got my first troll today. And
oh, really?
They were very gracious. They wrote it in Latin, but I had to copy and paste it and Google Translate it. And it said, people allow dogs to lick their face. No wonder they eat shit. And I was just like, what a random thing to say. So I just responded with little emojis, and I was like, thank you for feeding the algorithm. I mean, I don't know what to say to that.
Wow. You know what? I also got, I don't know if it was Latin. I didn't look close enough yet. I also just got one an hour ago in another language. It's probably the same one. Yeah.
He's a serial commentator. I'll tell you what, though, that's the definition of passive aggressive, isn't it? You got to translate it.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Right, let's get back to the chat for a minute.
Say hi here.
Elaine says hi. They're all saying hello or whatever. Collective hug. Heidi says, Rumpus, I should assume you love Where the Wild Things Are. So does my son. My favorite book to read to him. It's an awesome, but yeah, awesome. What did you think of the film they made with Spike Jonze directed?
I have the.
Oh, nice.
I know it's like a very strange angle, but it's Max. He's doing his little wild things. Yeah, the movie was cool. I like the movie. You know, they took some risk and did something interesting with it. But yeah, I always liked it, and I share a birthday with Maurice Sendak. So.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that.
I haven't seen that movie. I love the book, obviously, but I haven't seen that movie. I guess I need to go watch it, huh?
Yeah, Spike Jonze did it. He kind of makes it a story about. I think the kid wasn't the kid like from a divorced family, something like that.
Yeah, he had a bit of a broken home.
Yeah, there were lots of layers to it. It was very creative, and the suits were practical. It wasn't that CGI stuff. So
yeah, they looked awesome, didn't they? The suits, yeah. I remember because I was heavily into Spike Jonze at the time. So turns out we're going to mention it again. He hadn't long done being John Malkovich. And I'm in love with that film, and then and he'd been doing music videos and stuff, and I was just like a big fan. This was like, oh, he's done this now, and so I wanted it to be good, and I thought it was really cool.
And then Dave Edgars did like a novelization, I think, of the movie, and they released some really cool editions. There was one with the fur on the cover and just the eyes popping out, stuff like that.
Nice, that's lovely. I need to look out for that. Bookies Chaz is here.
Hey, Chaz.
Hi, Chaz. Jenny says, "Hey, Chaz. Show off that shirt, Dave."
A book whore. I love it. I'm gonna go
I loved your shirt in your video that you put up a minute ago, like a couple of hours ago. You put up one and you said, "I'm the most awesome Dave in the world," or something.
Oh, I'm the legendary Dave that everybody is talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
One of my friends gave me that shirt.
I've got an Oingo Boingo shirt here.
Nice. You know what?
I bought it from the band.
Check this out. I don't want to get off track here, but you brought up the shirt. One of my friends just gave me that shirt. Look what else one of them gave. We just got together. It was like the first time we'd gotten together in a while. Look what one of them gave me.
Oh,
I have to wait for it to come on the screen.
No, Pop. That's. I usually wear glasses. That's Olive right there.
No way.
I don't know if you can see it, but that's my book and my glass of wine in my hands there.
That's incredible.
Isn't that awesome?
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's you, Bubs. That's you.
And they had that specially made.
Yeah, that's specially made.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah. No, you can relax. Go ahead. You can relax here. Let me fix your blankie here.
Right, I'll go back on here.
There you go.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Olive. Gareth, did you get a chance to sample Ellison's FC narration? Oh no, I haven't, Heidi. And thanks so much for commenting. I noticed as well. I haven't replied to the comment, but I read it about 8 times, and I kept getting interrupted. And I was going to reply. I really want to find that, so I haven't heard Harlan Ellison narrate the Earthsea story, the first one, but I think that would be amazing. He's actually got a great voice for narration. If you can find Harlan Ellison narrating his own stories, it's really cool. So anyone, I tell you what, if anyone wants it, send me an email. I can send you the audio files I've got of Harlan Ellison narrating, like "I have no mouth and I must scream" and "Repent." Harlequin said "The TikTok Man," which is my favorite Harlan Ellison story. But apparently he's done the Earthsea stories, which are all cool, isn't it? Or he's only done the first book, apparently.
Le Guin's? This Le Guin
yeah.
stuff? Oh.
Yeah. So yeah,
I just started reading.
I've only read the first one actually. So yeah, I need to get back to it because I want to be completist with Le Guin, and I've only read the first one.
Yeah, that video you just did on Le Guin was really good. I like that one.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah, it took me ages actually. I don't know if you guys have had this, but because I wanted it to be useful, and I'd already done one as well about a year ago, about 5 books. I wanted it to be more of an overview, and I've got quite a lot of her stuff. So I thought, as there's not many gaps, let's try and make it as the video for me about her. So I won't do another one necessarily. Yeah. So I spent ages like thinking about how am I going to do it, and you know, I had all the books in order, and you know, I tried to make sure it was all right. So yeah, have you ever done that? Like trying to like really kind of think, I've got to get this right. You done that?
Mm-hmm. I never get it right though.
Me neither.
I've started putting corrections at the bottom of all the videos now.
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah, because what was it? I was in my monthly wrap up. I was holding up Children of Men, and I kept saying Children of Time, didn't I?
Yeah. I was giggling when you did that.
What an idiot! Yeah.
Got Tchaikovsky on the mind. It must be that book that you're about to read.
The Cage of Souls.
Cage of Souls, right?
Cage of Souls. It's in the back of some of the videos now. Right, Taz, we need Dave's T-shirt. I want one in pink. Right. Oh, Rage Biscuits here.
Rage is here.
Everybody clear the floor. It's gonna kick off.
That's Cookie.
Brian might be more mild than the Mild Rumpus, but we still keep pretending he's going to have a. I've just noticed what his comment is. That's brilliant. His comment is Rage Biscuit.
No. Oh my God, this is delicious. This cookie.
Oh, nice. So, what is the flavor?
It's what do you call it? It's like a vanilla coconut almost.
Ooh, I'm up for that. I tell you what, lemon and coconut are two flavors that if lemon or coconut's in anything, I'm well happy. Except a roast dinner.
This is delicious. Trying to see what's
What was the company?
It's called JoJo's. It's probably a Trader Joe's brand, so you're not going to have it over there.
No. We get some shops that sell American sweets. They probably wouldn't sell American biscuits, but they sell American sweets.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's good. I'm gonna control myself with those.
Have you had the Brookie?
No.
Oh my God.
What's the Brookie?
That's my downfall.
Is that a Brooklyn cookie or something?
No, it's at Trader Joe's.
Okay.
And it's a chocolate chip cookie, and then it's a brownie on top. But it comes in like a cube that they cube it up. It's with the baked goods, like breads and stuff. But that's my favorite.
Oh, I feel like maybe I've seen that over there. I'm not a big brownie guy, but my daughter would love that, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not real big on sweets, but that is my favorite of all.
Huh.
I'm going in.
These are really good. I'm going to have to control myself not eat these.
The other thing about malted milk, I was a bit chipped off. Hold on. You can tell it's malted milk because there's an ingrained cow on the biscuit. It's like embossed. It's a cow and a amorphous animal that's probably really ill and maybe gone through the blender or something.
Let me say that again.
Can you see that?
Yeah, barely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out whether that's a better cow than Rumpus's mermaid. Was a mermaid.
Yeah, both made by the same god. Must try harder.
Yeah. Oh man!
I tell you what.
Yeah,
go on.
No, I was just gonna say we were talking mermaid. That was the first one you pulled out was the mermaid. That reminded me. I just saw a trailer. I don't know if you saw this. So there's this new movie coming out. Did you guys see that that horror Winnie the Pooh movie?
Yes.
It's called like Blood and Honey.
Yeah.
I think. And Erie, I don't know if Erie's still here. I had said on a video that I was gonna watch it, and Erie warned me. She's like, "Don't bother." He's gonna wait. And I'm like, "No, I'm gonna try." There's a few movies that I actually hate. That was one of the very, very rare movies that I literally shut it off. I couldn't. It was so incredibly bad. I couldn't finish it. So bad in every way. I literally shut it off halfway through. And so apparently they're making more of those, right? There's a 2, and it sounds like maybe a 3 coming. But there's apparently, I just saw they're doing a whole, I forget what they're calling it now, a Poohiverse or something like that's funny. So there's going to be a bunch of those sort of like Disney character things. They're coming out with a Killer Mermaid one.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard about the Steamboat Willie one, and I think they got in trouble because the copyright is released, but it's something about the gloves that.
Oh yeah.
And they use the gloves in the movie and the poster artwork, so they might be in trouble.
For who is this?
Yeah.
They're making. I think the same people that did the Winnie the Pooh horror movie. Is doing a Steamboat Willie.
Oh, Steamboat Willie. Okay.
Yeah, the Mickey Mouse. But
because you can't. Cause the thing is, you can't because Steamboat the Mickey Mouse that's in Steamboat Willie is now in public domain, but the other Mickey Mouses aren't, and that's all about his gloves, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what this one is, y'all.
That's hold it close.
That's.
It's like the thing.
It looks like a Stegosaurus or something.
I think that's a children's entertainer doing a balloon animal.
That's what it looks like.
There was one before the Winnie the Pooh one. It seems like the first one that had this thing where they decided to take a children's TV show and turn it into a horror thing was Animal Crackers. Did you know about that? The Animal Crackers thing?
No.
Because that was, although that might be a British thing. Is it British? No, it's American. It was an American show. It was when I was a kid, so it was been in the 70s. Banana Splits, not Animal Crackers, Banana Splits.
Yeah.
But Animal Crackers was a British rip-off of Banana Splits, but we had Banana Splits as well. Yeah. They did a horror film with that, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is just weird, isn't it? But there we are. This is big news. Look at this. Jenny said she's going to come on. She's going to go on screen.
Yay!
That's amazing.
Wish Sean convinced me to come on his live the week that Brandy can't make it. Oh, excellent! When is that?
Yeah.
Jenny?
This is when we find out that Jenny's a 60-year-old bald man.
You got to tell us when this is, Jenny. I don't want to miss this.
Yeah, tell us exactly when it is, and we'll all tune in. This is awesome. We do.
Oh.
I want a signed photo. Hey, it's MJ.
Hey, MJ.
Rumpus in the hand. Awesome. This is great because hopefully, if it all goes well, you'll enjoy doing live streams.
Yeah.
Hold on. I need to get ready for this. Hey, MJ. I can do better. Next time. MJ. Rage. Gonna make coffee and have some biscuits. Good idea. Especially the second bit. How is Scotland today? I like that. Jenny's going to tell us what the entire population of Scotland's like today. What's up? Hey, just chilling. Oh, just chilling.
That was better.
I haven't got the right much invoice
Not
today.
great,
I apologize. It's not. It should be better. It's fair to middling. Smash the like button. Yay! Oh, apparently, there was genuinely on the Good Morning show on ITV this morning. There was a thing where apparently everyone's been talking about the fact that Americans don't know what Fortnite is because of Taylor Swift referring to it, and there's loads of Taylor Swift fans go, "What's a Fortnite?"
Oh God!
So, yeah. So there we go.
Right, 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah. 2 weeks. Exactly. Yeah, they're not as educated as you, Rumpus.
So this is what I told Gareth.
That's saying something.
This is what I told Gareth to ask you for before. I bet you were. I bet you're a big Swift fan, right?
I'm scared to say I'm not. Hell, those Swifties are psychotic. But I can appreciate Folklore during the pandemic. I appreciated the Folklore album, the Evermore album. I've liked that newer stuff. The country early stuff. When she got poppy, I shook it off. But I mean, do I know the lyrics? No. But I mean, I have them on vinyl and stuff. So I mean, I can't be like, oh, Taylor Swift. What? No, she's gotten my money. But I didn't go to the Eras tour or anything like that. I did join a Swiftie group recently because she did the Patti Smith.
You're not being very
check.
persuasive here.
Well, I might be turning
I
into
don't mind that much.
I've got all the albums.
but the thing is,
50 group. I'm not really.
Everything that woman does is considered now like an Easter egg. Like if she blinks with one eye, or I mean, if you turn the album upside down, it says this other word that translates into reputation, and it's just like it's amazing. Like that. I appreciate their enthusiasm and the things they come up with. And then I fell into it because she released that video with what's his name? Post Malone. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the video, I said this in a weekly wrap-up video, but no one watches it. At the end of the video, Post Malone is talking and singing into the telephone booth, and she's sitting on top of the telephone booth, and he is wearing a big ring, and it's nighttime and it's raining. And he comes out of the telephone booth, and the last shot of it is them embracing, and you see the close-up of the ring. And I think that is a Patti Smith reference because of the lyrics, "Because the Night." Do you know where she says, "Love is a ring, the telephone"?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a stretch, but that's the thing. Like you can put any meaning to anything. Say, "Oh, it's an Easter egg." That's what the fun part is.
It'd be cool if she covered "Because the Night." It's a great song.
Yeah, she should.
So
I mean, she does. She is. I mean, oh my God, maybe I am a Swiftie.
I like that. Join the fan club.
She dropped 2 albums. 2 albums at one time.
I named all my kids and all my pets after her. I didn't. I'm a fan.
But the funny thing is, like, I'm enthusiastic about this album, and this is the album that they hate. So that track is usually how it is.
Is it not going down very well then?
Mm-mm. I make a terrible Swiftie.
I watched the video, and I was well impressed because it said at the end, directed by Taylor Swift, written and directed by Taylor. I thought that's cool because it's a very well directed video. And
she does have a really good knowledge of music. Like she is very talented. You got to hand it to her.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of Taylor lately. A lot of Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes people can be against someone just because they're famous, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And actually, maybe she deserves some of that.
Tear you down. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been really wet and foggy. It's Scotland. Of course it is. Can't believe it's May and still crap weather. Yeah, it is May. I can't believe it's May. That's mad, isn't it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It was only like 5 months ago that it was December.
Yep.
That's true, that is.
I'm still living in March.
Sorry to hear that, though. I would trade it for the weather here, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, really? Oh.
Did I miss Ace? No, Ace has not come on yet. We tried.
He's crashed out on the sofa, y'all. We went for a long walk. It's very hot today. We went for a long walk, and he kept flopping over, and he loves to play like he's having a heat stroke because then everyone in the neighborhood gives him belly rubs. He knows he's got a whole con game that he plays. And now he's looking at me because he knows I'm talking about him. He's a character.
The Frenchies can be flirts, can't they?
Yeah.
It's got to be said. They love a bit of attention.
You had him since he was puppy?
Yeah.
Okay.
From the beginning. Little stinker. How about you with Olive?
Yeah, Olive is she's a COVID puppy, actually. We got her. I think nobody believes this because she's always so calm in all the videos, but she's a spaz. She's like a total nut job. And so we were actually supposed to get her mother lives down the street, actually. And we weren't supposed to get her for like another 2 months because you want the puppy to be with the mother for a while. Mm-hmm. And we had to take her early. We had to take her. That was in February 2020 because her mother bit her because she couldn't take her anymore. She was like such a freaking crazy little puppy. So we took her early. So we got her like just a month before the pandemic started. And so it's too bad because she's not like super social with other dogs. Like right before the pandemic started, we took her and she went nuts in puppy play group, running around, having a great time. And then she spent like so long just holed up in the house, just with one other dog, And so it's too bad, but yeah. So we've had her since the very beginning.
I'm going to see if I can. Ralph might growl at me, but I'm going to see if I can get him to say hello.
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing?
I'm sleeping, Dad.
This is Ralph.
He's got those eyes like you just woke him up out of his. He's like,
you right? He's an old duffer, aren't you? You right? You lost all your teeth, haven't you now? It's his fault. He was near me. His brother's over there. I'm not going to go over there, isn't it? Are you all right? Say hello. He's still asleep, probably. Anyway, that's Ralph, isn't it? He's not growled though. He's clearly not that grumpy. You know? Do you want to stay on it? Do you want to stay on my lap? Or do you go back there? I'll keep him on there for a minute. Maybe I can bring him back up again.
His best friend lives in our building. You'll probably hear her at some point. She's on Prozac, but she's on the 5th floor, and she's is she deaf? Yeah, she's deaf. She's a deaf pit bull, and she freaks out at everything. And Ace was the first dog that she would befriend and have anything to do with. And of course, Ace runs up to anything and everything. He's like the most friendly dog in the world, which is a problem. But you'll hear her. I swear to you. You think I'm making it up when I say that this apartment is filled with noise? You'll hear it. Oh my God, you'll hear it. It's about time for the club to open. It's a party every day.
So Jenny says deal, but I can't remember what the deal is. Is that the deal where Jenny's going to send me a lot of money? Is that what it was?
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Looking forward to getting the money, Jenny. Thanks for that. I tell you what, though, if Jenny's going to go online with Sean, she's got to come on our show.
Yeah. I mean,
that makes sense.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because she's producing the show, so she feels a little bit funny coming on.
Yeah, that's true. She needs to be backstage. We're like
Greg.
puppets in our hand. So Ralph started to wake up. He's licking me now. So he was doing that. What the hell? Now he's like, I know, I'm a dog. I'm supposed to lick you to death. As long as he's happy. Hey, Greg. Elaine says, Greg, hi. Milk is a popular bakery.
Okay.
Everyone loves milk. Those milk cookies from the supermarket are awful.
Oh, good. That's good to know. Because the mother cookies are so much better. But they're very sweet. It's a little overwhelming. I had their birthday cake once, and oof.
Oh.
Yeah, I as a Brit, I get the impression that American sweets and American like candy and kind of cake and all that is like immensely sweet and like much sweeter than your average cake or sweet or whatever. Is that true?
I don't know.
Probably fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, over here, Haribo's big, and I don't really like Haribo or licorice or anything like that. I'm much more of a biscuit, cake, chocolate guy rather than sweets. I don't really have sweets, but my son loves sweets.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I love gummies. Anything. Yeah.
Did you say that they just came out with gummy Oreos, gummy flavor Oreo? They're coming out with like every flavor Oreo now, and they just came out with I don't know. I didn't get them yet, but yet.
That sounds
I mean, I'm gonna have to try them, I guess, but I don't know.
Have you ever had that flavored straw that makes the milk chocolate or strawberry?
I've seen it though.
Anyone had that?
Yeah.
It's a flavored straw.
Oh, hey Nicole, I missed that one.
Oh yeah. Hi Nicole. Sorry, I went through it. So I'm doing this comments too fast. That's the thing.
Yeah, right. That's all right. We're only a half hour behind. You're getting it. It's not as bad as I was that last time.
He says, "Are you writing at the same time as you're chatting?" Yeah, MJ, you should be writing all the time.
I'm excited to see what you write. I've been following
Yeah,
that. I'm so
yeah,
happy for you.
Yeah, me
yeah.
too.
It is very awesome, isn't it? And the excitement Amj is getting is awesome. We're kind of comparing notes a little bit because I'm in a little bit of a spurt of writing as well, which is really nice. So we're comparing notes a bit. It's great. And then just as if by magic, Dave, who says my formatting is horrific in my books, he's here. Hello, Dave.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dave.
he said sort your life out. He said that's what he said to me. Cow biscuits. That's the nickname for malted milk. Cow biscuits, but they are awesome. Chad says hi, Nicole. Greg says bleh to the milk.
A rage biscuits.
Oh, nice. MJ's going to write a story about Brian.
That could be good.
Yeah,
that could be good.
Oh, there's biscuits getting their revenge. You're right.
Oh, yeah, here's the jammies. Jammy Dodgers.
Yeah.
Have jammy games.
Keep your hot balls to yourself.
Yeah, I haven't seen the jammy Dodger. I'm going to have to keep a lookout for those. Where do you get those jammy Dodgers, MJ?
Yeah, there's a shop that's near her that actually sells British biscuits, I think.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you get
maybe that
digestives there as
explains
well.
it. That's where she gets them.
I don't know what else. Make me look good. Yeah, it's a retirement horror story. You're gonna fall off, aren't you? He's actually too big to sit like this. But it's all right. You can't see anyway. I could be just talking absolute bollocks, but there is a dog here. He's trying to. I'll let you go back. Just one quick hello. Hello.
Oh.
You're more awake. Oh yeah. Hey, go back. Go back on the settee. Well, it's back on the settee. Right. I've already told you about Chico, his brother, right? He's a bit worrying. I've told you about that, haven't I? I'm worried about him. We're both worried about him. He's behaving very peculiarly. And next week, was it? No. What date is it today? 2nd.
Yep.
Is it 2nd? Yeah. So on Saturday, it's their birthday, so they'll be 16 on Saturday. Yeah. So we usually buy them treats and stuff, but clearly they need just a hospital appointment or something. Okay. Kenny says hi, Brian. I'm sorry making that a go-to genre for Gen X. The go-to genre. What's the go-to genre?
Maybe
retirement story. Yeah, that one probably. Retirement horror story. Love it. Right, hold on. I saw baby feet shaped cookies, shaped cookies, baby feet shaped cookies at a local bakery.
Baby showers. Okay, because that was sounding really strange for a minute until she clarified.
Baby feet.
Baby feet cookies. Eating baby.
That's quite disturbing. Kelly. All different alternatives of way of saying Kelly. It's more fun to say Kelly. So clearly they're not enjoying life. Don't feed your dog anything you wouldn't yourself eat. That's a nice principle. But we still come back to the fact they're quite happy to eat poo.
Yeah. Right. I mean, and then they'll be so finicky. Like Olive's not finicky. She'll eat anything. But her sister is like really finicky. Like we have to be like really like when we're giving her food, you have to give, she's going to sniff it, turn away. It's got to be like just the thing she's in the mood for. But meanwhile, she goes outside and eats. Yeah, she eats poop all the time.
Yeah.
We have to watch her when she's out there to keep her from doing it. It's so disgusting.
Yeah. This one ate a rock.
A rock.
Yeah.
Maybe he's pregnant.
Well, it was kind of a big deal because it was not so big that we were able to not do surgery, but it was still like an all-day affair, and they had to go in and like.
Oh really? Oh my gosh! So it's like, so there's a real worry.
How big a rock we talking?
Oh, it was pretty big. I have the X-ray, but I mean,
Wow.
So he'll eat anything.
When Chico was really young, so probably in the first 2 years, he was like finding it really hard to breathe, and we were like, "Oh my god, what's happening to Chico?" And he was like going, and he just kept like being really weird with it. And then we were like, "Quick, phone the vet." And then we managed to get an appointment really quickly. We drove around to the vet. We said, "We don't know what's happening with our dog," and then and they took him in to have a look, and there was this bit of there was a bit of a plant that was inside Chico's nose, right? And then they pulled it out, and it went on forever. It was like it's just enormous. It had gone inside his nose.
What?
So no wonder he couldn't breathe. It was massive. When we were in there when he was doing it, when the vet was doing it, and it just went on and on and on. It was huge, and it had gone inside his nose, and clearly it gone, like bent into the. So no wonder he was having issues. Like a bit of plant, like a bit of like you get like a twig, like a twig.
Huh.
Yeah. It's crazy. It was huge.
Like a magic hat, like pulling that handkerchief.
Yeah.
It keeps going.
Yeah, it was it's actually a whole tree. Yeah, a bit like that. A bit weird. Tastes like clay. That might be when we talked about dog biscuits.
Yeah.
What had you done before you ate ridiculous things, Gary? Yeah, I can't tell you. It's top secret. I'd not be surprised if Manhattan has a bakery just for dogs. There's a cat cafe. You can bring your cat to have.
Yeah,
there are. I was going to say that my cat's really fussy, so they'll eat anything. But Rosie, the cat, is like really, really fussy. We have to buy certain things, or she just won't eat.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the thing.
We have that in Connecticut. My business partner's daughters make cookies, the dog cookies for the dogs.
Yeah, they have restaurants and stuff for dogs. And then the Union Square I think it's Petco, or what's the other one? Anyway, it doesn't matter. They have like a salon that looks better than human salons. Like it's insane. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's
pretty crazy though, people will spend money on their I'm guilty of that. I'll spend money on Ace before I spend money on myself.
Yeah.
Little spoiled brat.
Well, you said it about healthcare. I mean, that's totally true. I say that all the time. Every time I come back from the vet with a big vet bill, I was just like, these dogs, like, they literally get better healthcare than we do. Like, they get all these different preventative shots and things like every year. I don't get that.
The Rock incident, $3,000.
Yeah.
$3,000. Crazy. Because
$3,000 for what?
Well, he had the flat face, right? So they already have breathing problems. So they have to do all these sort of tests to make sure they can put him under. And then when they put him under, it's probably a bunch of BS. It's probably just a big racket. But when it was all said and done, it came to $3,000. It was crazy. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but then what are you going to do? Like, be like, no, you just, you live with I mean, what do you do?
Right?
Yeah,
so
you're tight.
Here's my credit card. That's what you do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we walk into a vet, I think there's like a 5-second rule. After 5 seconds, you owe them 50 quid. I think that's the.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's how it works.
That's cool. So there's a doggy cafe near Jenny.
Yep, I believe it.
Single source protein is the best for dogs. There you go. Is poo single source protein? I don't know. Kids putting things in their mouth. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Actually, yeah, kids do that as well. Don't do that. You don't sound like that at all. So this was so I might have missed this. You were doing an impression of Brian, were you?
Oh, you know what it probably was? It's probably when I was doing, "This is my dog Chester." Remember that? That callback? Because I'm feeding him Farmer Dog. But I'm making fun of myself too. I'm from Texas, so.
Yeah, he's just gone into that mode. Look. Shucks, MG. Thank you kindly. I saw a video of a masked man probably eating an entire tub of cheese balls.
Yes. Yeah, I wore my pullover.
Actually, Quentin Curious Volumes is a channel I've just discovered, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
So hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, we also have. You know, we also now have a 65-foot wiener hot dog that ejaculates confetti at noon in the middle of Times Square now through June.
That's very sexy.
It's disturbing.
Sounds sexy, right?
It's very disturbing. Big long hot dog, and it rises, and then like I don't know who approved this and why it's happening, but it's there through June. So
okay,
it's
through, sorry, you just said it's through June. Does she know about this?
It's very disturbing.
Hold on, Brian. Bless your heart. Is that the last? No, oh no, it's not. I thought I'd caught up then with the comments. That would have been the moment. I would have eaten a biscuit in celebration.
Oh, not even close.
No, not even close.
You gotta hurry up because we gotta let Rumpus talk about his channel.
I know. We're nearly an hour in and we haven't even said hello.
He got the Latin comment too.
Yeah. They're making the rounds.
Wow.
Yeah. I want a Latin comment.
Greg doesn't. His must be different.
Can someone give me a Latin comment?
He must
like Romans go home.
He must have got the cat version. Because I don't. Right? He must have got the cat version.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll translate it, Greg. Let's see.
Can I just say, because I was about to go to work, so I watched Greg. No, it was the end of my lunch break. I watched Greg earlier today doing he's walking while he was doing the video. I think it's the newest one he put up today. And I don't normally do this, but I put it on double speed. Yeah. And it looked well funny because he was walking and I was going. So that's something to keep in mind. If someone's just static was talking, it's not quite as funny as if someone's going. Latin, yeah, that's what we were talking about at the beginning. That we got Latin comments, we got Latin, Latin insults, isn't it? Like Latin confusing comments that we think are insults, but we're not really sure. Yeah.
See, I think mine must be different because I don't think mine was quite as long as yours, Rumpus. I don't think it was that long. I have to go back and look at it. So now I'm really curious. Must be a lot of. Person must be putting up a lot of creative stuff on people's channels today.
Yeah.
The child
actor in Where the Wild Things Are has the best name, Mac Records. That is cool.
It's a great name.
Yeah. Sounds like you need to clear your loft, doesn't it? Max Records.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jenny, when I had a dog, he would eat many things I would never even consider for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Dogs are just a fairy disposal unit. Yeah. You're just a fairy disposal unit. Oh, yeah. If you have Dave says, if you have a VHS player, I may have a very special hunt lesson. Oh. I haven't got a VHS player anymore. What a tease. Mind you, I might be able to get it transferred. Yeah, send it and I'll transfer it to DVD. So there's a shop down the road that does that.
This reminds me real quick. Can I ask you while we're talking about Allison before I forget? So this book that you sent, sent, which ones? Because my understanding is that this is like mixed genre. So which story should I be reading for Horror Mayhem out of here?
Deathbird Stories is quite dark, and you could probably call it horror. I guess it's just weird. And there's a few others, but I haven't got it in front of me. Hold on. Tell you what, if Chaz talks about his channel, sorry, Chaz, if Rumpus talks about your channel, then I can look up that book and tell you which ones are a bit like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right. Sounds good.
Well,
yeah, sorry, Rumpus.
I'm a relatively new booktuber. I'm based in New York. I do it here in the House of Flimsy, my dilapidated 1-bedroom apartment that is filled with books and noise. You will hear a lot of noise as the night goes on. It gets louder and louder. And my partner in crime is Ace. And we are sort of the antithesis of the internet's librarian. Like, we are not Pretty Boys in Dior. I am oftentimes ungroomed and very inarticulate. So that's what you get. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm learning every day. So
not, in other words, not like you and me, Gareth.
Yeah. We're fun.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it's an absolutely brilliant.
So when did you start? You started like December-ish?
I started at the end of January. Like
the end of January.
The week before.
That's amazing. You got really grown really quickly. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened. It was really crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you have a pretty good engaging presence. So it's not surprising. From the videos that I've watched, you seem to do like quite a different. You're not like focused on any particular genres, right? You look like you do quite a sampling of a variety of different stuff.
Yeah, I try to get a mixture every month of just very different things. Like I didn't usually do TBRs before I started the channel, and so that's been kind of interesting to try to come up with a theme or some sort of line through for the month. But yeah, I mean, it's just, there's books everywhere, and it's like, oh, I'll just read this today, and why not? And I think
you had an amazing collection of biographies in one of your videos.
yeah, celebrity bios. But there's a whole nother collection back home in Texas. I mean, it's really kind of crazy. I have a problem.
Don't we all?
It's a problem we all share. We can all relate to that problem. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gareth was just saying today that and this is after his unhauls, that he's down to, what was it, 1,700 books? Is that what you said? In your video?
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to have another look in the summer, but I don't know. I felt like I was quite brutal last time, But if you like lots of different kinds of books, you end up, I had was it 48 of them or something is Mad Magazine books, I've got a whole box of Terry Pratchett that's about 30 something, I think. It's like it adds up, doesn't it? And if if you've got a very narrow taste, it's easier to whittle it down. I've got tons of history books and philosophy books, and it's hard, isn't it? I will tell you, Dave, that the whimper of whipped dogs in Deathbird Stories is definitely a horror story.
Yeah,
and that's really good.
Somebody else told me to read that one.
Yeah, that's really cool. Basilisk is good. Pretty Maggie Money Eyes is one of his most famous ones.
These are all horror?
Yeah. And Pain God is kind of like horror. Yeah, Pain God is like it's like a comment on deities in some ways, but it is quite dark. I mean, the trouble is with Hunners, and most of the time it's not like normal traditional horror. It's just nasty.
Yeah.
He's got I mean, like, if you read A Boy and His Dog, which I did a little review of just that story a couple of years ago, that story is horrible, but it's a science fiction story it's a post-apocalyptic thing, about literally a boy and his telepathic dog, and they're wandering around kind of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world. But everyone in the story, including the boy, is horrible, and
is that in this book?
No, that's in a book called The Beast That Shouted Love at the Heart of the World, which is an amazing phrase.
Oh, you know what I read? Yeah, I read, that's not true. I did read more. I wasn't thinking of short stories when you asked before. I did already start in on the Night Shift as well. And the first first one I read was, because you mentioned it, was Quitters Inc. Yeah. That's a good one.
It's an amazing. That's one of my all-time favorite stories. I love Quitters Inc. Do you know that story, Rumpus? Critters Inc. by Stephen King. Do you know that one, Rumpus?
Oh, which one?
Critters Inc. by Stephen King.
Short story by Stephen King and his Night Shift collection.
Oh, I've read it, but I don't remember it.
That's the one where the guy wants to quit. I won't give it away, but the guy who needs to quit smoking.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's a good one. I wrote down the boy and his dog. That's like a good one.
This is the problem. Like being well, Gareth. I was going to say mine and Gareth's age, but Gareth has a better memory than me. But I've been through so many decades now that I literally am getting to the point where I can't remember if I've seen things or read things. Mm-hmm. And so Quitters Inc., I didn't recognize that at all. I read when I got done with the story, I remember that story from somewhere.
Well, it wasn't a film. It wasn't a film.
Okay.
There's a film called Cat's Eye, and Cat's Eye is 3 stories. 2 of them are from Night Shift, and there's a third one that was written for the film. So, Quitters Inc. and The Ledge are the 2 stories from the book that was in that film.
Maybe that's where, because a very similar thing happened to me. I just read, sorry, I was just writing that down because I gotta go see that. I probably saw that. The exact same thing happened with me. I just read The Handmaid's Tale. And I'd never read it before. And, but when I got to this, I don't want to spoil it, but you guys have both read it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the impregnation ritual, let's just call it that incredibly disturbing scene.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that scene from somewhere, and I am 100% certain that I never read the book before. So I'm like, where do I'm like, there must be a movie or something, because I know about the show, but I didn't watch the show yet. So I'm like, there must have been a movie or something, because I've seen that, or else somebody copied that scene in something. And then I looked it up, and there was a 1990 movie that apparently I saw at some point, and I have a vague recollection of it, but it was probably 3 decades ago, or not 3 decades. Yeah. 3 decades ago. That's probably, I probably
Natasha
saw it
Richardson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Robert Duvall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you read Antibot? It's by, what's her first name? Sierra Greer. It's being compared to Handmaid's Tale. I haven't read it, but it's on my list. It's called Annie Bot.
Same type of story?
I think it might have something to do with technology or, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I just know that it's being compared to that. It's like the modern day version of Handmaid's Tale, but I don't know enough to talk about it. I just wanted to bring it up.
Annie Bot. Okay, I'll
Annie
look
Bot.
into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I love
read it. Someone out there, if you've read it, tell us.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
I'll look into
I'll go back to this for a minute.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Trader Joe's. No. It's hard, isn't it? Trader Joe's do have the best treats. Trader Joe's makes my favorite Jammy Dodgers.
Okay.
For Jammy Dodgers again.
Oh.
I don't know how to pronounce this. I have keto.
Keto.
Is that keto?
That's a popular diet over here. The keto.
Okay. Brownie with brown sugar and 2 carbs. Okay. It's very specific. See, I need to be more like that. But hey, as I always say, there's a hospital nearby.
Nothing to worry about. It's right there.
They'll be all right. They can sort stuff out. They're very talented. Those guys at the hospital.
Your job is to eat the desserts. Their job is to take care of the fallout.
Exactly. It's a symbiotic relationship.
That's right.
I've got to keep the NHS running, and if we're not going to use it, we lose it, right? Heidi says you can make a brookie. Duncan Hines has a pre-made mix.
Okay. Sugar, but sugar's life.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's why the Industrial Revolution was built on it, isn't it? Less sugar, Jenny. Alternative options. Hey, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred.
He might not even be in the chat anymore, but he was there earlier.
Yeah.
Hi, Fred. Fred's done his Star Trek video with the Star Trek uniform on, which is awesome. I saw a trailer for a Horror Bambi movie. What?
Yeah, that's another one. It's in the Pooh-verse or whatever they're calling it.
God.
Yeah. Horror Bambi movie. Unbelievable.
Jesus. Yeah.
And you know they're going to do well. It's going to have this huge cult following. And
yeah.
That looks fun.
It looks fun, terrifying either way. Sorry about it. I refuse to ever give up sugar. Your caffeine, yeah. Makes sense. I've got a crush on Damian Lewis and just discovered the World War II miniseries, The Band of Brothers. That was huge over here. It must have been huge over there as well.
Yeah, it was bigger.
Yeah. You enjoy the sweetest life. Yeah, absolutely. Like you only live once, and obviously sometimes not for very long. And like, oops. Elaine says, no. Fred says hi.
Elaine,
hello.
Elaine from Cobalt Dragon actually buddy read Handmaid's Tale with me.
Yes,
and,
yeah, that's right. I saw you say that on your video. Yeah,
and Ben from Revenant Reads too.
Here we go. May the 19th. That's when we're going to finally find out if Jenny is a man or not.
That's not what it says, Garrett.
Congratulations, Jenny, and it'll be. I am well excited about seeing Jenny and Sean's live stream. It's awesome.
I'm actually gonna put that in my calendar right now.
I'm gonna book the week off work.
Yeah.
A
week. You need a week to prep.
Make sure I'm doing everything that I could possibly do to make sure I don't get interrupted, and then just sit there waiting 2 hours before. Right, Sean's thing starts.
Jenny's gonna get himself a whole big pile of biscuits, so he's all ready for
it. Yeah, just sit back. Yeah, I'll have my phone ready to phone the hospital. It'll be cool. Chaz says, I've chatted with you on Discord, Jenny. I can testify your accent isn't annoying. I don't know. I'm not sure if her discount is annoying. But isn't. Yeah. Autocorrect. Autocorrect's weird, isn't it? Why would it change accent to discount? It's a strange world, isn't it, people?
Sure is.
I've just discovered Billy Strings. Do you know about him?
No, let me write it down. This is the great thing about Booktube. Billy Strings.
Yeah, lots of tips. Bluegrass. I am a big fan of Sarah DeRose, and she keeps putting up dates, and they're all in America. She's the sort of someone come back here. I like Sarah DeRose. Well, I've said, yeah, I'm going to see Billy Joel. I'm very excited about seeing Billy Joel.
Oh, cool.
I think you did, right? When you come over to the US, right?
August. No, I'm going to see him in Cardiff, in Wales.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was looking at the trains earlier, and if I do it early enough, hopefully I'll get a cheaper train. And it's about 70 quid if I do it now to do like an overnight thing. So I have to get a hotel, I think, as well, because otherwise I'll miss part of the gig. I ain't going to miss it as a one-off. It cost me £160 for the ticket for the gig. So I'm not going to go early. Do you know what I mean? That'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? So I think I have to stay in Cardiff, come back next day.
Yeah.
But I'm very excited.
That'll be a good show.
Yeah.
Dissing Kim Kardashian's and Kim lost over 100,000. Wow.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The power in Taylor Swift.
Yeah. That's quite a battle of influencers, huh?
Yeah. You're the only one, along with Epic Takes, that's heard me. Oh, okay. That's a reference to Chaz, I think. Big Chaz. Oh wow! Look at this.
I've never heard a Taylor Swift song. Elaine, really?
Although
you've heard
Elaine might have heard one by accident.
Huh?
She might have heard one by accident.
Yeah, you've heard it, Elaine. You just didn't know it was Taylor Swift, but you've heard it.
we're just dismissing the comment. No, you have. We're not even going to give that.
Elaine, you don't know what you're talking about.
Just like, what? I haven't. Also, Griggs, I sorry to message with him. Absolutely. Some of it's weird. Isn't it? You're like, what?
Yeah.
If you don't read them before and you send it to your boss, or you send a message to your wife and you think you've written "I love you" and you've written "I hate you," So why don't you do that?
It's a weird.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm honored to be in it. Oh, that's cool. See, Jenny's been sending messages to everybody except us.
Rumpus.
Oh, there
you go. I'm gonna go with that because again, like you don't want the Swifties to turn against you. Like Taylor is awesome. I love her.
There we go. MJ's welcomed into the fold.
Sorry?
MJ's welcomed into the fold. Look at that. Pat's still here. Well, I say still here. Was here.
Oh yeah, Pat sent me messaged me a very cute, a touching little poem about a dog in there, and or about a person and their dog owner. Let's put it that way.
I'm going to go to Fred. Dogs are so lovable on social. Absolutely. I was at the vet the other day, and a huge 150-pound dog with a big smile came up to me. I couldn't help but ask if I could pet him, and he loved being pet.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I got to jump. Sorry, Chaz. Bye, Chaz.
He's gone.
If you see this, see it on repeat. We're saying goodbye. I'm sure everybody comes back next day, don't they, and watch the rest of the show?
That's
Obviously,
right.
they do.
Right, of course.
That's the thing. See you later, Chaz. You should change the name of the show to Dogs, Biscuits, and Books. Yeah. That's probably what
Dogs, Biscuits, and Books.
When it was, I don't know when it was it was Olive's birthday or something when we tried to get Olive and Ralph talking to each other? We were like,
yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
We had them on screen at the same time and we were trying to get some sort of connection, but it wasn't happening. They weren't playing ball.
Yeah, she's being very late. Look at her. She's not even looking at the camera. Oh, now she knows I'm talking about her, so now she's looking. But what's the matter?
If it was Chico just wants to shag every dog that he sees. So
hey, keep him away from Olive. Olive's not that kind of girl.
I don't think he's got any juice left in him though. So he's like 16. Not that no. I really liked country. The country music of Taylor Swift. "You Belong With Me" is a great song. Do you know that one? "You Belong With Me."
Yeah, it's got a wide range.
Yep.
Wildcat. What's Wildcat, guys?
What's that? I don't know.
Oh, I do know. That's the one about Flannery O'Connor, right? I think so.
What, film or
movie?
It's like a biopic.
Oh.
Flannery O'Connor. Yeah, I think. I hope I'm not wrong.
Yeah, cool.
It looks really good. I saw the trailer for it.
That's cool. Did they not ban large pit bulls in the UK? Yeah, I think they ended up changing the law, but they did have a Dangerous Dogs Act that came through, and I think it's changed again, and now they're debating it again. But it's all about the owners, isn't it? It's about the owners. It's not about the breed of dog, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, hey, Crystal.
Crystal's here. Hey, hi, Crystal. That's awesome. Oh yeah, so you can get a special license. Yeah, I don't think they're completely banned now.
Dave, that T-shirt. What did your wife say when she saw that? I don't think she likes it. My one of my daughters actually made a comment to it. I mean, I've worn it before, but one of them made a comment when I walked by with it on before.
What did they say?
Huh?
What did they say?
I don't know what she said actually. What? Hey.
Yeah.
Oh no, it wasn't you. It was. Never mind.
There were Oreos with Pop Rocks briefly sold.
So I just heard something your shirt, and I don't know.
Yeah. With the cake pop from Starbucks, not too bad. What summer horror movies are you looking forward to? Summer horror movies. I don't know what's coming out. I mean, I know this isn't horror, but I'm massively excited about the new Planet of the Apes film.
Oh, yeah.
It does look cool.
That's going to be amazing. Yeah. But well, I'll tell you what, horror film. Tell you what was a horror film, and I think we might have. Did we talk about it? No, we haven't talked about it yet. And that was Civil War. Amazing film.
Yeah, I still have to. Have you seen that yet, Rumpus?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I have to see that. I want to see that so bad.
It's really tense. And it's really good because it just puts it in front of you. It doesn't necessarily have any conclusions or solutions. It just says this could happen.
It's just like a horror film in that I know it's gonna make me uncomfortable and upset me, and
it does.
I really want to see it.
Yeah, it really does. I don't know if have you seen the trailer?
Yeah.
Have you seen the trailer, Rumpus? Yeah. So that bit where Jesse Clemens says, "Well, what kind of American?"
Yeah.
That scene is horrible. It's like, but it's absolutely brilliant, but it's horrible.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the Day One, the Quiet Place sequel.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that one looks really cool.
Yeah. I like both of those. It's funny because I thought the first film was so brilliant, and then when they released another, I was like, "Oh, really? How's that going to work?" And it's really good. I think the second one as well.
Yeah. They've been good so far.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the second one actually, but I'm more interested in seeing this new one because that's like when everything first goes down, right? Which is more exciting.
Yeah.
Seems like a more exciting storyline to me.
Yeah. Jamie Dodgers is at here we go. Wegmans Market. Does that help?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have one down in Union.
I think that's where. I think that's where to go.
That's the British specific shop.
They just have a lot of like ready-made foods and stuff.
Okay.
It's where our old Kmart used to be. That doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. But it's a huge store right over by the Public Theater. And when they opened, like the lines, it was like Disney World. It was unbelievable for days. I've never been there because I didn't want. I'm not a fan of standing in line for anything.
Yeah. Well, British people are experts at queuing. We love it. We love a queue. And to be fair, actually, saying that, when I queue up for the bus, when I get a bus home, it really annoys me that some of the students just walk past me. I'm like, whoa, what about the old man? What's going on? And they just walk past. They're in front of some idiots. So I think a queue is a good thing. Except if you're trying to get on a ride in an amusement park, obviously. They're not good things, are they? Ralph! Yay! MJ is saying hi to Ralph. Is anybody watching a Star Wars movie this May the 4th? Yeah, that's their birthday. I've always said we should have given them Star Wars names, but yeah, I'd like to do something Star Wars related. What would it be? Don't know. I might go out and attack some Sith Lords.
I might start one. I haven't watched all the Star Wars shows yet, so I might start. I haven't watched Andor. I might start Andor on me.
Oh, Andor's amazing. Yeah. It's amazing. I think it's the best one. I think it's the best series.
You a Star Wars fan, Rumpus?
Yeah, kind of like on the same level as being a Swiftie.
So like,
I've seen them.
Major fan then, right? Major fan. You're in the fan club and everything.
I've seen them all. Yeah.
What's your favorite Star Wars film?
You know what? I'll be real honest with you. My favorite ones are those stupid Ewok movies. Do you remember the Ewok movies?
Jedi?
Yeah.
That's well good.
Adventure. Oh yeah, they used to play that on.
Return to Endor. Is it called? Is it called Return to Endor?
Yes. Yeah. I loved those growing up.
Oh.
I would watch those all the time. But
you can't
the original
anymore,
Star Wars. The first film, pretty hard to beat.
Right. Yeah, my favorite.
I wish he'd just leave them alone, though. I don't like all the changes.
Oh, well, when he doesn't make it, when he kind of add different effects and like remaster it. No, I agree. Actually,
I have the original on VHS, and then I have the laser disc, which I think was it is like the Swifties. Oh my god! But I do. I have like the laser. I have like.
You're learning so much about yourself, aren't you? It's lovely.
Well, you think I'm crazy about books, y'all. I used to own a video store, so I have 10,000 movies back home because it was very short lived, but it was like the vultures were just circling, waiting for me to close. And I was like, I'm not selling you my movies. I'm going to take them with me. So I have like 10,000 movies stored away. But yeah, I had the box set of the Laserdisc, and I think that's the only way that you can get like a clean digital copy of it without Lucas constantly messing with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there's some crazy thing they did when the first time they brought out. I think it was when they did a special edition on VHS first, didn't they? That had the extra stuff in it. And some of it doesn't even make sense. Like the Jabba the Hutt scene that they put back in it, it doesn't make any sense. It makes the whole deal with Jabba and Han like stupid. And if it wasn't in,
and the CGI
weird.
just sticks out like a sore thumb now.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah. It's really bad. Yeah. But no, Return of the Jedi is my favorite though. I love it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
David Lynch was supposed to direct that, right?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Yeah. It'd be like everyone, all those kids in the cinema going, "What's this about? What's going on? What?" And like people staring at the screen, not doing anything for ages and stuff like that. It'd be really weird. We want to see that. I like it. Maybe a Cronenberg version of a Star Wars films, maybe as well. That'd be cool.
Would be cool.
There was a cookie biscuit that was spicy, hot, and sweet. What would you eat it? Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
I'd eat that.
Yeah, for sure.
A ghost pepper flavored cookie. I'd have a pepper flavored cookie. I like pepper. I don't know what ghost pepper is. Is ghost pepper like pepper that's died and come back?
It's hot. No ghost pepper.
Sneaks up on you. It's gradual.
You don't taste it for one, and suddenly it's there. Yeah. No Star Wars for me on May the 4th, but I hope to watch Prey. Is that the Predator film?
Oh no, I think he's talking about that show with. I've been meaning to watch that because I think they're doing like season 3 now. It's what's his name? Oh, the guy from Lost, Michael.
Michael Emerson.
No. His name in Lost was Michael. I forget his real name. He was the one that had.
No. That's From. You're thinking of From.
From, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right. I'm thinking of From.
From's amazing. It's amazing. There's 2 seasons so far. I can't wait for them to put on a 3rd season. It's so good. And it's nice to see the guy that played Michael. Yeah. What's his name?
All right. I'm going to have to put that on the list too. It's so much stuff.
It's so good. It really is awesome. We binge watched it. We watched it and we were like, oh no, we need to keep watching it. It's so good. So if anyone's watching this and hasn't seen From and can watch it, do it.
Okay. My wife and I just started. Go ahead. Why don't you catch up first?
No. Well, Jess says mastiff dogs are an amazing breed, don't you think? Yeah. Go on.
Oh no, I was going to say my wife and I just started. It's a rare show because I want to watch like the horror, sci-fi stuff, and she doesn't. Right? She doesn't like any of that stuff. So it's the rare show we find that like kind of bridges the gap. There's like thing. So we just started this one called Outer Range. It's on Amazon Prime. And you guys heard of this?
Is that a Western?
I hadn't either. No, it's not a Western, but it's it's set in they don't tell you the time period, actually. It could be today. And at least as far as I've gotten, we're only a few episodes in, but it's set in in the mountain range, basically. There's these like cattle ranchers, and it's set so like the main couple families are on these big, like serious acreage like cattle ranchers, and but it has a sci-fi element to it. So most of it is not sci-fi, but it has like basically this like the this big hole, mysterious hole appears out in the field, and so they have like some drama going on. It's like a your basic classic drama among families and stuff like that. But there's this little strange element that comes into it. This strange girl shows up wanting to camp on the ranch. The strange hole is there. There's these like signs up on the mountain. So I hadn't heard about it either. And like a couple weeks ago, I read one of these articles that it was like billed like the most underappreciated current, sci-fi whatever, and it said not like basically puts Stranger Things to shame. And I was like, okay, that sounds like something worth, at least checking out. So we're enjoying it so far. And it is like that perfect thing. It's not too heavy on the sci-fi. It's like,
just a bit mysterious, I think.
And is it all up at once, or do you have to wait every week? Can you binge it?
I don't know, but they're already into season 2, so there's a fair bit to binge regardless.
Mm-hmm. I just started. I read the 3-body project. I always want to call it project. The 3-body problem.
Yeah.
So I started watching that first episode today, but I turned it off like after the first 15 minutes. Not because it was bad, but because I got a chair yesterday. This is why my video didn't go up. I got a chair delivered yesterday, and I tried to put it together. It was one of those things, where you got like an IKEA kind of deal, but it wasn't IKEA.
Yeah.
And it beat me. And you guys, I'm on a muscle relaxer, a painkiller, all kinds of things. Like I was stoved up all day long. I was in bed till like 3:30 today. So I don't even know what we were talking about. Why did I share that? What were we talking about? Oh, that's why. Because then the muscle relaxer kicked in, and I was like, so I gotta finish watching. Have you guys read that book, by the way? The 3-body problem?
No, it feels a bit intimidating. That's why I haven't read it. So I've got it. I actually own it. I've had it for ages, but yeah,
I own it too. It's right over there on the shelf, and it is at the top of my list of sci-fis to get to.
Yeah.
It's
very heavy on the science when it comes to science fiction. I think I got like the big takeaways that you were supposed to get, but there were some pages where you're just like, whoa, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know if it's real, and I can't imagine translating it. Like,
The amount of times I've seen reviewers say that I didn't even understand what it was about, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, I will say the very final thing, like the idea they come up with, is pretty brilliant. I'm not going to give it away, but I thought it was going to be like this alien invasion book, and here come the alien. It's not that. It's not that at all. So.
Yeah. So would you say it's pretty unique?
Yeah. You just feel very stupid reading it. You're like, this guy's either a genius or he's very good at BSing.
Yeah. That'd be funny. Everyone's going, oh, I don't understand it. And it turns out it's because it's absolute nonsense. That's why I don't understand it.
I'm very anxious to try that one. And
did you guys watch? Go on. Well, did you guys watch Tales from the Loop?
I think I watched a little bit of that.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I think the first episode is nowhere near as good as the rest of it. There's only like 8 episodes. So I think the first one kind of got me intrigued, but all the others I thought were absolutely brilliant. So
it's anthology, right? They're all it's anthology, right? They're all standalone.
Yeah, they're different, but they're kind of connected as well. So they're separate stories, but there's characters, there's like consequences for some of the characters that come back. So there's one particular thing that happens, which I don't think it will spoil it. It might even make you curious. If there's the second story, I think it is. There's 2 kids, 2 boys, and they find this hole in the ground, and one of them goes in it, and when they come out, they've swapped bodies.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it's done in a kind of like a matter-of-fact way. So they kind of like go, oh, and then the consequences are crazy, and it really runs with it, and it's really, I thought it was absolutely amazing. And then then it comes back again because there's a separate story that is affected by the fact that they're in the wrong bodies, so it kind of plays with it a little bit. There's another one where they manage this couple, another teenagers again, and this couple they discover this device. I can't remember what the device is that allows them to stop time, and it kind of explores that, and it all just goes wrong, and it's not a good idea for them at all. But they love it at first; they get all excited, and then by the end of the episode, it's just horrible. And that's just they stop time. It's really cool. So If you're curious, it's not very long, and I think it's really good.
Check that one.
Right now, I'm watching The Jinx 2 about
The
Robert
Jinx
Durst.
2.
Yeah. It's about Robert Durst, who, he killed his neighbor, supposedly by accident, but then he chopped him up and threw him in the water. And then he also has a history of people disappearing throughout the years.
Yeah.
But he was super rich. He came from like one of the richest families in New York. But I was living in Galveston when all this was going down. And like the place where he bought the stuff to chop the person up, that was my hardware store, Chalmers. So, but if you haven't seen, I'm not going to, have you seen The Jinx?
No.
Either one of you? No? Oh, you have to see The Jinx. Oh, you have to see The Jinx. It's on HBO Max. And see, now they're doing the sequel, but they're doing that annoying thing where you had to wait every week. But I can't talk about The Jinx 2 because you haven't seen The Jinx 1. And it's all about the very last episode and the very last scene. And if the people in the comments know, then you know. You've got to see it. It's one of the greatest true crime docs ever.
Yeah.
You will not believe the ending. You will not believe the ending.
I heard about this. I know what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. But seeing it is seeing and hearing it is.
Yeah.
Well, I look into it. I don't know.
Doing the follow up, and I'm waiting. They've only dropped one episode, and it's killing me because you recognize people. You know the people because it happened in your hometown. It's crazy. It's wild.
Yeah, that must mean a lot more you watching it because you're there.
And let me tell you, he was a freak. He was always at Whataburger, the fast food restaurant. He was always at Whataburger, and sometimes he would come in disguise. He would dress up as a woman, but we knew it was Robert Durst. He wasn't fooling anyone. He's a very, very strange man, that one. But he loved his Whataburger.
So Jimmy said, is that the nearest Predator? So I thought it was as well. So we'll see if he says yes. I need to see that. It's like I think from the trailer they're gonna deal with Predator with like bows and arrows or something. So I don't know when it's set, but it looked like that kind of thing. So it looks interesting.
Look at Olive.
Star Trek is your thing this month. Yeah. Well, is that who's that to? All of us or just to me? Or
could be to, I don't know. Rumpus, are you a Star Trek fan?
Nope, it must be you.
Well, Star Trek's the Star Trek event doesn't start till June, so I'm happily doing Horror Mayhem until then anyway. Watson has pet insurance. Oops, since he was a pup. I don't mind one bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard good things about it. Oh yeah, it is. So yeah, that was the newest Predator film. Yeah, Prey. It does look good. So yeah. Elaine says fur babies are worth every penny. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's just a lot of pennies.
That's right.
Okay, Jenny says that probably the film. Yeah, she said it was better than she expected. Eri says goodbye. Have a good evening. Gruel Britannia.
I think it's near you.
Oh, Dave, that's near you. Gruel Britannia. That must be about British food.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Eri. I think you're gone, but
get a good roast there, probably. Hey, some nice roast potatoes. Apparently, that's the thing. Sunday roast. I was just thought everyone had that, but apparently not. But Erie, where in Texas? That was probably to you where you live.
That was to me, like Galveston, Houston area. Yeah, I grew up in Galveston.
How'd you end up in New York?
Job.
Okay.
Yeah, I moved here for work.
Did you always want to move there, or was it just like desperation?
No. I mean, I just wanted, when I moved here, I didn't want to be here for like a month and then go back home with my tail between my legs, because I've seen that happen to so many people. So I really wanted to make sure that I had like a steady job, steady income, could make it work. And I was really cautious when I first moved here. Like, I just had an air mattress, a table, and a chair for the first 6 months. Because in my mind, I was like, the minute you start buying furniture and mattresses and all this kind of stuff, you're out of here, and then, you're stuck. Right. So I moved here with one suitcase, and now it's, hoarding central.
Yeah. And that's not everything, is it? You've got stuff back there. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I've been here. This will be my 10th year.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah. So you settled in, yeah. So you'll transfer the DVD and send me a copy. I can do that. Yeah, that's cool. There's a shop down the road that will do it.
Hey, I got Riz. I learned it from Taylor. Hey guys.
Oh, Jesse got a video clip there.
Come here. Let me see if I can get Ace.
Cool.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's technological horror. Yeah, it's really nasty, that story, but it's amazing. But it's very nasty.
Is that in the book?
Yeah, you've got to read that, Dave. If you're going to read any Hung Ellison story first, that's a good one to start with, and it sets the tone for what he does.
Is that in here?
This is him.
No, it's not in. No, that's not in that collection.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy, but here he is.
Hey! Oh boy.
Okay. We tried.
Well, he's telling you off.
We tried.
Yeah, that was cool though. A little moment.
Aw.
Greg agrees that we've got a problem. We've all got problems with too many books. It's a nice problem though. I could get rid of 1,000 and not see the difference.
Hey.
Yeah, so just asking Greg. Brian's videos, man, at the moment it's tough watching him, isn't it? He's really yeah. But it's amazing he's putting those videos out. Yeah.
He had a video I will never forget when he was really furious because people were ripping off his books, like reading them, putting audio online. You remember that video?
Yeah. And then it was just like a few more weeks he was in the hospital. That might have been what did him in.
What's that event? He was like, he's like, I need to talk to a person. So he just said like every single trigger word that he could think of in order to get it flagged so that he'd get to a YouTube person.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Amazing.
I mean, I felt bad that was happening to him, but it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Fred said, 79 did not even notice the difference. I don't even have 500 books. Yeah, Chris Inc. What a story. What a story.
That was a good
Brilliant. Story. Brian says 45 minutes from when you read this, I had to go.
He's not far off. He's not far off.
Brilliant.
We got to get better.
Well, we're chatting as well. It's all good. At what point does someone recognize they got too many books? When you literally can't fit them in your house. That's it, isn't it?
I mean, I recognize that I have too many. I recognize that I have too many.
Yeah, but do you do anything about it?
How many would you guess you have?
Oh, I catalog them in Storygraph. Hang on, I'll tell you. Let me look. I think it's like 2,500.
Oh
wow!
Let's see.
You know, I expressed absolute shock, but I actually have no idea like how close to that I am.
2469 is what I have cataloged, but that's not everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's definitely more than me.
It's the problem.
That's a library.
Yeah. But again, it's two different states too. You know, like it's.
Well,
yeah. You have two different homes.
Well, back home. You know, like the homestead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many do you think you've got, Dave?
I don't know. I guess I really don't have any idea. I guess I should count. I really have no idea.
Do it now. We'll wait.
Come on. We'll do it together. I tell you what, though, I do think because this is a big we're always talking about this, and we've got the read what your own challenge and all that. But I genuinely think, and to me, it makes perfect sense. It's common sense that it makes more sense to have books that you haven't read than it does to have books that you have read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
What are you going to do with the ones you've read? You know what I mean? So all these books that we own, we can read them soon. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's
but going back to the thing about not remembering what you read, like my favorite book in the world is Swan Song by Robert McCammon.
Cool.
But I was thinking about it today. I can't really remember anything about the story. I remember the Kmart scene. But, I need to reread it because I tell everybody it's my favorite book and I recommend it to everyone. But I couldn't tell you, there's certain plot points that stick out, like in the Kmart.
Yeah.
But that's it. So I need
No,
to
that
reread
happened with
Swan
me with
Song.
I Am Legend. So I've been saying for years that I Am Legend was my favorite book. And I'm probably going to go with Flowers for Algernon now. But for ages I said that. And then when I was ill with COVID and I couldn't do anything, couldn't move, blah, 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 I was in bed. I was like, I'm going to reread that because it might not be as good as I think it is, and it was.
Yeah.
But I was just like, I don't actually remember if it's as good as I think it is. And you have to do it sometimes, don't you? If you're going around telling everyone it's the best book ever.
Mm-hmm.
I need to read Swan Song.
It's wonderful. Did you like the Sting?
I haven't read it yet. That's one of the key ones I haven't read it. Yeah.
Okay, there's my regularly scheduled freeze, so I'll be back in a minute.
Oh yeah. Have you? What do you think of Baal? Because I was thinking about reading that. Do you know Robert McCammon's Baal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I read it. Good. I read it, and again, gone. Because
I've got it.
I don't know what happened, but I know I had a real good time. It was
okay. That's
book.
cool. I've got two of his books. I've got that one and one that's a little bit more obscure. I've never heard of it before I saw it, but I haven't got Swan Song yet. But everyone loves it. I hear that one spoke about a lot.
I mean, it's a chunker, but it's worth it. I think my favorites are Swan Song, Boy's Life, which is not really horror at all. It's more like a coming-of-age book. And then there's another one that he wrote called Mystery Song. I think that's it. Mystery Song?
That might be the one I've got.
Yeah, that one's Mystery really good too. And then Stinger. Yeah. Stinger's good too. I mean, you can't go wrong with any of them. He's so good. I haven't read, I'll be honest, I haven't read the new historical stuff because I need to get all the books. I don't have I want to have the complete series before I dive in, but it's very long. And I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think historical fiction was my jam, but now it's like number 2 apparently this year. So I guess it is.
Oh, okay.
So I guess it's time to dive in.
He had a big gap in his writing, didn't he? And then went back to it recently. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I think what happened is, he's like, okay, I want to write the great vampire book. Boom, check, done. I want to write a werewolf book. Boom, check, done. Apocalypse. Boom, check, done. So he's like, okay, well, I've done everything I can do in the horror genre. So now let me explore this new genre. And then he went into historical. But I still think there's horror elements in it. But I don't know. But I love him. I think he's as good, if not better. The criticism King always gets is that he can't really stick the landing at the end. And I feel like McCammon does. And they're very similar in their writing style. It's very cinematic. They're just one. I think they're both great. I mean, it's basic to say you like Stephen King, but I do. But Robert McCammon, if anyone is a fan of Stephen King, you're going to love Robert McCammon.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. Do you think they're both as good as each other at characters as well then? Because obviously King's really good at characters.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yep.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I never had too many books. I am almost at 600. Oh, this is from Elaine, yeah. Jenny says, I'm going to put on a filter just to annoy you. Hey, it's Big Al. Nice one.
Hey, Alan.
Hello. They were saying hi. I worked the Billy String show in Portland 2 summers ago. Yeah. And there's more people saying hi. Jeff said it's going to be the most. Yeah.
I have not forgotten about your tag. I'm working on it. I'm taking it on as a whole project. It's going to go up in June.
Tags are hard to keep up with, I think. Dave's not a fan of Billy Joel. He said, I wouldn't sit through a Billy Joel concert if you paid me $160 pounds. But then Heidi says, I'm jealous. I love that. At 53, I can still discover new artists. Oh, that's about Billy Strings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't be nervous, Jenny. You are loved by lots of people, so don't be nervous. Here we go. Jenny, let's bring Dave back. You are loved by lots of people, so don't be nervous.
Oh, let me get be back there. What I missed? Anything good?
Well, it turns out MJ was lying to us. She said she's gone away. She's come back. can't trust it, can you?
We were talking Robert McCammon. Have you ever read any Robert McCammon?
No.
No. He's great.
Oh, well, that closes that one in. But are you interested in reading some Robert McCammon, Dave? Because he does get talked about a lot, doesn't he?
I don't know. I mean, like that Swan song. It's like it's so big. I mean, I really have to. I'm such a slow reader that I have to think really hard about starting a book like that. Doesn't most of his stuff tend to be pretty big?
Not like Swan Song. That one is, that and Speaks the Nightburger, like the two big chunkers, but the others are pretty like normal sized books, I think.
Okay. You guys strongly recommend that I try that?
Oh yeah. Swan Song is wonderful. Boy's Life is wonderful. Both of those are really good. But Boy's Life is coming of age. It's not a horror story at all.
So more like a family saga, is it? Like real life stuff.
I mean, I think that the thing about him is everything is compared to Stephen King. So like that's the one that would be close to Stand By Me, The Body,
Okay. That sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah. But he's great. I think he's so underrated. More people need to read him. He's wonderful.
Yeah.
I like that he is starting to pick up buzz though.
Yeah.
And I hear that Swan Song is being adapted into a series. I hope they don't screw it up.
Oh well, that would probably. I mean, I genuinely think. I mean, I love Stephen King loads. I've done loads of videos about him, but I do think a lot of the reason why he's so famous is because everything's made into a film.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If he was just an author and there was no adaptations, he'd be just as obscure as all the other authors. Do you know what I mean? I think it makes a huge difference when your stuff gets adapted.
Sure.
You know, because there's so many people that don't read and they still, and they still know Stephen King's name because they go, "Oh yeah, I've seen that film." You know, the people who know it, and it's only because of the films. They haven't read the book, but they know it. You know, it's loads, isn't it? That's a pretty wild statement. So Al's been cutting me up, really.
Thanks, Al.
Greg has got to go. Everyone's saying goodbye to Greg. Wegmans is the new Trader Joe for the suburbs.
Okay.
Oh no. I was clearly reading ahead. I must have been reading on the screen as well. So this is when MJ had to leave. So bye, MJ. I thought she came back. It's getting very confusing, isn't it? Oh, life is hard. Hi, says love the Mandalorian. I love the Mandalorian. Yeah, Nick Nolte played the oh god, what are they called? Begins with a U. The guys that were messing around with C-3PO's head in Empire Strikes Back. But yeah, I love the Mandalorian.
Oh,
the best extras are in the Lord of the Rings DVDs. They're all on YT now, along with YouTube now, along with Peter Jackson's video diaries. Oh, that's what the the extras are, but the commentaries wouldn't be, would they? You wouldn't get the commentaries on YouTube, would you? Do you guys like commentaries on DVDs and that?
I used to, yeah.
No,
do they even bother anymore? Do they still do them?
Yeah, they do. Well, I think there's still a market for like special editions, like Criterion editions.
Criterion, of course.
Yeah, I think people are still buying those. Trouble is though, because I want those, but they're like those 40 quid for a DVD. It's like it's a lot. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. There you go, Dave.
Yeah, we're only like 4 episodes in or something, but it's pretty good so far.
Yeah, and I'm going to look up for that. I'm going to watch that.
Oh, Fallout.
Yeah,
a lot of buzz about that.
Everyone's saying that's really good, right?
Yeah. Have you tried it, Rumpus?
No, but the trailer looks amazing. I'm going to.
Everybody's talking about it now. It's like all the rage. I'm definitely going to try that like imminently. Maybe I'll try that tonight after the show. Maybe I'll watch the first. Yeah, maybe.
We need to talk about reading in a bit.
Because I can still watch a show after this, Gareth. Unlike you, where you have to go make an egg sandwich and crash.
It's early. It's only 1 a.m. I've got a big day tomorrow actually, because tomorrow I've got an exam my performing arts students have got an exam, and I've got to do the sound. So if I screw that up, that'd be really annoying. So I'm going to be alert for their exam. So I'm going to do the sound for them, and it's been something that I've been kind of, teaching them. So I want it to go well. And then in the evening, I've got a big gig as well. So yeah, I've got to be together, which is all good. It's fine.
And you've been reading Beckett, right?
Yeah. We're tomorrow we're finishing something off. We're doing this final performance for something, but in the meantime, we've been developing Beckett stuff, and they're going to eventually, in about 4 or 5 weeks' time, they're going to perform 2 scenes from Waiting for Godot.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so it should be really cool. It'd be really different for them. And with last lesson, we were just playing around with styles, like, let's do that naturalistically. Let's do it like Pinter. Let's do, and next, so a week Friday, we're gonna play around with some surreal adaptations of normal dialogue. Should be fun.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, it's good. I mostly teach music, but I was given that as one of the one of my option blocks that I'm teaching this year, which is nice because I've done it. It's like the 3rd time I've taught that subject, but there's been these gaps in between. So my main thing's music, but yeah, it's cool.
Nice.
My Latin comment translated: it's midnight again for memories. I steal the light of the sun because it's always dark when the moon kisses the stars.
I'm taking a screenshot. Boom.
Huh.
That's amazing.
Light of the sun. It's always
this is like some kind of nutter going around putting mysterious messages in Latin on people's pages. I love it. I think it's interesting. It's better than just you suck, isn't it? Greg's gone.
Those are always fun too.
And the translation needs translating. Yeah, absolutely. Jules, hello. I can't wait to watch the new season. That was probably when Ace came up. You don't have a big collection. Yeah, well, last summer I sat there counting them. So yeah, I need to do it again this summer. It'll be fun. Swan Song was amazing. That was from Elaine.
Yes.
Jenny says it's better than The Stand.
It's
come on.
Well, here's the thing. I do remember The Stand, but I can't remember Swan Song. But I'm gonna you know what? I'm just gonna go there and say, yeah, it is. It is. So
but does that mean The Stand is more memorable?
Don't make me talk about my favorite book. Trash my favorite book.
What does it even mean anyway? Just memorable, because something can be memorable because it's bad as well, can't it? So
yeah. Well, and your point, there's been 2 miniseries made of it, so I've seen those. Right. So there you go.
Yeah. If you had to start your book collection over, what book would you buy first? Oh, that's a good one. I like that. What would you buy first? Go on, Dave. You go first.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, to start your book. So so let's go with a very lovely image. Your entire house is burnt to the ground. You have to start again. I told the world about my fear of fire this week, didn't I?
You did.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire's dangerous.
You know what? When I saw the thumbnail, honestly, Garrett, I'm like, the first thing I thought that you were like a soldier out of a science fiction novel. And then, I mean, did anybody else tell me if anybody else here had this reaction, or if I'm the only one? I thought you were like a sci-fi soldier. And then
if I wore a soldier's uniform, it'd give me the creeps. So that's not gonna happen.
Then I thought about it. I started watching the video, and I'm like, and I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, no, this is about fires. Books You Save is fire. I'm like, is that what firefighters' hats look like in the UK?
Yeah.
That's not what they look like.
I did a charity gig for some firefighters for a firefighting charity, and we went there to do some publicity shots. and they said, "Do you want to wear our gear?" And I was like, "Yeah." So the band wore firefighting uniform, and they would take photos of us, like like posing with like our guitars, dressed as firefighters. It was well good.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd use that. So there you go.
I seriously thought that was a sci-fi thumbnail when I first saw it. I figured out like that's one of the books, It's like a sci-fi.
That's me from the future to come back to tell the world about fire.
And I started watching it.
What? Go on.
Then I started watching it. I was like a couple minutes in, and I'm like, all right, he remembers that this is the 10 books that he wants to save, not the 10 musical instruments, right?
Yeah, I know. It's like waffle, waffle, waffle. Anyway, books. Yeah.
You're like, and I've got this mandolin, I've got this other guitar, and I've got this.
It's probably why if I look at my analytics, it says the average person watches for about a minute and then turns off.
I think we all have that.
So what book do you reckon you buy first?
That's tough because I think I would want to buy you would want to buy a book you hadn't read yet. But,
yeah, I guess so. And eventually get to your favorites.
But I don't know. Maybe I would buy.
Well, what book would you not want to live without? What do you think, Rumpus? Swan Song. There we go.
Just because also this was a white whale for so long. Like I had wanted this book for years and years and years, and finally got a copy. So this is the one I would run to. No. So yeah, I'd probably buy that one again.
Are you tempted to do the video 10 books you'd save in a fire?
Yeah, I could do that. That'd be a fun one.
Yeah, it's quite cool. I think I was obsessed about a few things in my video, but you can make it.
Look what I grabbed. This is another government camera, but how weird is that? I had to grab this one to put that one back in the shelf. I hope that's not an omen.
Wow.
I would have to buy I Am Legend again. I wouldn't want to not have I Am Legend. So that's the thing.
See, that's a different question. Like, what would you buy again? Like, if your house burned down versus the ones you'd save from the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two totally different questions, right? Because you have saving from the fire. There's no question what would be the first book that I would save, which would be that Dragonlance book that I've shown you like 18 times. That was the thing that first got me into reading. The only book that I read like more than twice in my life. And it's they read it like. So that just has like such incredible sentimental value. That's the one I would save. But I think it's a different question, right? Like, what's the first one you would go buy? Like, I don't know if that's. Maybe I would go buy that first, too, because I feel like I would always need to have that book. But
you're right that what you wouldn't do as far as saving from a fire is save something you can buy again. Right. It's the ones that have got sentimental value in it. Either that particular edition was really important, like you say.
Right.
Or it's something that you don't think you can find again, or it's harder to find again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can probably get Swan Song, couldn't you? Like order it, or do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you had a version, if that version of Swan Song, that copy was really special. That's different, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's your favorite book, Swan Song.
And I can't remember a single thing about it. Other than the Kmart scene.
Sounds like maybe it's time to read it again.
I am. I think I'm going to do it in June. I'll do that in June.
I tell you what, Dave, it sounds like that Kmart scene's bloody amazing.
I think it was Kmart.
No, I need to read this. But as I own it, I'll start with Baal. If you say it's still good, I'll start with that because I've got it, and then maybe work it. Really?
I don't know if I would. No.
Yeah.
I don't think
that's not a good one to start with.
I don't think that's the one to start with. I would just dive in. Swan dive.
Swan dive.
It starts off a little slow. It starts off. Don't give up on it. It's once it gets going, you'll find that long book gets real short. You'll tear through it.
Yeah, I think most books that size are going to start slow, aren't they?
Yeah.
But I tell you what, though, I don't think it's as big, but it's still big. Children of Time does not start slow, does it? It starts going straight away. Children of Time. Have you read Children of Time, Rumpus?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's stop everything else. And
do I remember it?
Oh, you don't remember it?
I don't remember, but it was. I mean, it did start. That's the thing, and also keep in mind, I am heavily medicated tonight, so that might also have, a lot to do with my memory.
No, I mean, I think me and Dave both agree that book is incredible.
Yeah, we're big Tchaikovsky fans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like the second one as much. I think that was tougher to read. I think it was like, come on.
I think I'm coming up with the theme for the next TBR. It's just like books I don't remember. Books I love that I couldn't tell you a single thing about.
Yeah, I'll bet loads of people relate to it. They'll be like, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, that is awesome. Right, let's go back to these for a sec. I love the first half of Song, and I hate the second half.
Steve, don't listen to me. What do I know? I don't know anything.
Speaks the Nightbird. That's excellent.
Yeah, do you know that one?
Yeah, that's the other one that's like.
Fantastic historical fantasy series is the Boudica series by Amanda Scott. I was going to read about her for the Historathon, but I don't know. I just couldn't. I couldn't fit that many books into the Historathon thing. So there we go. They Thirst. I've heard about They Thirst. That's the vampire one, isn't it? I've heard about that a lot. Yeah, new artists at 67. Yeah, it's always life is always discovery, isn't it? What music would you recommend you've just discovered? It depends what kind of music you like. I get loads of stuff from my son now. Like Boy Genius is a band that he loves that are really good. Quite downbeat but beautiful harmonies. Who else? Don't know. That's all I got for a minute.
Do you guys know Joanna Sternberg?
Joanna Sternberg?
No.
Yeah, I just heard about her. She did an episode of What's in My Bag for Amoeba Records.
Oh.
And I looked her up. I don't know. She's sort of like the female version of. She gives off Daniel Johnston vibes. It's kind of like a folky kind of music, but with like really beautiful lyrics. I like her. I like her album a lot. I've been listening to that this week.
I want to look her up. That's awesome.
Yeah, she's very cool.
Yeah. Sounds like it could be something I like. But Cameron pretty much disowned his first 4 books. I think it was the fans that changed his mind. I tell you what, though, you don't, as an artist or some sort of creator of something, you don't know what your best stuff is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's an example for me in my life that one of my most popular songs, I didn't like it, and the only reason why I like it now is because how popular it is now, how well it goes down. But I thought it was a terrible song, and one of my first solo gigs before I started the band properly, this guy got the gig for me, and I said, "Oh, no, thanks loads for giving me the gig." And he went, "Yeah, can you make sure you play this song called Brilliant Fire? Can you make sure you play Brilliant Fire?" I was like, "All right," thinking, "I'll do it because you got me the gig, but whatever, it's a crap song." And then and I started to play it, and the whole place went dead silent, and I was like, "Oh, something's happening." And it went down so well, and it's always been like that, and people request it, and I've always thought it was a crap song, you know. So I just think you just don't know what is good that you do sometimes. So
yeah, I think it's you've written a lot. I mean, whether it's, I mean, I haven't written, I've only written very little, but I mean, you've written a lot in terms of both writing, literature and songs. But I think it's fair to say, some people would quibble with this, I guess, but I think it's fair to say that it's frustrating. It's very frustrating, but really the only opinion when you write something, I think it's fair to say that the only opinion that doesn't matter is yours.
Yeah.
Right? You're the only one, right?
Yeah.
that story or song is not written for.
Yeah. You have to like it enough to let it live for a bit and let other people hear it. But once you have, it's not yours anymore.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's what it means to them and the effect it has on them and what they get out
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's frustrating, right? Because you write something and you want it to be interpreted a certain way, right? You want people to elicit some sort of meaning out of it, but what matters is what they get out of it, not what you intended.
Well, yeah. And sometimes they'll get the opposite meaning, and that's frustrating. That's more frustrating.
Right.
So there's a song that again is one of my popular ones called "People Live On," and it's been used for funerals and stuff, and it's kind of known for people who know the band and that. But it's the message of the song is that you live on through what impact you've had in family and in community, and that's what makes you live on. Not that the song doesn't suggest there's any kind of heaven or whatever. It's about what you do in life, right? That's what makes you live on. And there was someone, I remember one of the landlords at some place we used to play a lot used to go, "Oh, I hate it when people come up to the counter and they tell me that they hate that song because it's all really preachy and religious." I'm like, what? And then it's like, yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. I said, no, they don't. It's like the opposite meaning of that song. But what can you do?
Yeah.
You think you're being articulate. Yeah, They Thirst is a vampire book. Here we go. Yeah. The Lesser Dead by Bullman is my favorite vampire book. Do you guys know that one?
Nope. Writing it down.
Yeah. Bullman. That could be an old one. Don't know Bullman. Yeah, Jenny's like adding to my TBR. Do you want that back up there? There you go, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dave's going to say something controversial. Are you ready for this, Rumpus? Well, actually, DNF the stand.
Oh.
The Wanderer's got a bit of publicity for a while. I did watch somebody saying that they're going to do little videos like gradually as they read it, and said that it did go off piste a lot, and there's a lot of padding in it. They said. Yeah. I mean, big books. There's Brian. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
There you go. Boy's Life is my favorite, McCammon. It's coming of age with early 60s nostalgia. Great murder mystery. Some murder. I wondered if there was some other stuff going on.
How long is The Boy's Life?
Oh, it's not long. Here, I think I have it. Nope, that's in Texas.
Oh.
But it's not long. It's like maybe 200,
so like a
300
300-page one.
Yeah.
Say again?
It's maybe around 250, 300.
Really
okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's totally doable.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah Rose Platt's Deathbed Confessions is my favorite. That's probably a favorite vampire book. Deathbed Confessions. Awesome. I just listened to Boy Jesus. They sound like the Cranberries. Yeah, possibly with more harmonies, maybe more layers. Not sure, but yeah, they got a similar vibe. Yeah. Elaine, got to go now. Oh, I must have caught up. I've only just been talking about Boy Genius. This is exciting. We might be able to talk about the books we've been reading. Does anyone else love this? Oh, hold on. Does anyone else love the song "Rich Men of Richmond" by Oliver Anthony? I don't know that.
I don't know. Just a little bit to Hannah Rose.
Oh, here we go. Someone's this is cool. People are learning from each other. Look, Heidi says, just listen to a little bit of Hannah Rose. What an interesting vocal. Nice. He says he might feel differently now.
I still haven't read that. I have two versions of it. I have the old version and the newer version. Mm-hmm. And I've watched the old. I haven't watched that. I've watched the old miniseries numerous times. I love that miniseries, but never read the book. And haven't watched the new one. Have you guys watched the you guys have seen the old miniseries? The old
I
one?
watched the first episode, and I was just like, "This is not. I'm not gonna like this."
Of the new one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to watch it until I've read it. So I knew that one day I'd read it. So I'm not. I don't want to watch an adaptation of it until I've read it.
Yeah. You and I can read that when we retire. We can buddy read that. There's certain
Well,
books like that. Like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm doing that vote for the king thing, aren't I? Where I'll put up some books.
Yeah.
And in about 4 days or something, there's going to be the first choices. And I'm just going to go through my books, and each time I've read one, I'll put up another choice. And I will at some point put up the stand, and it'll be like, okay, that'll take me a 2 months or something. But yeah, I will do it.
I mean, it's one of those ones that like there's some books that just because they're so large that I'm like saving, right? It's like either when I retire, which will probably never happen, or just for somehow when I slow down, I'll read those then. I'll finally pick them up.
Or when you get really, really ill.
Or when I get really, really ill.
Yeah,
right?
you can look forward to getting really ill when you can read a nice chunky book.
And of course I'll croak before then, but
No, that's too far. That's too far. I'm saying ill, not when you die.
See,
my buddy, when you're dead. My
buddy just gave me Stephen King's or not just, he gave it to me almost a year ago now, 6 months ago. Fairy Tale.
Oh,
that's also not that looks really cool, and I really want to read that, but also not a slim book. So I have to plan these chunkers, because it's.
Yeah, people are saying. I keep hearing people saying they like some of it, but they don't like the other bit. Yeah. It's either the first half or the second half. They kind of seems to be like varied about what people think, but it seems to be a book of two halves, as they say. But I'll tell you what, I've just finished Holly. It was so brilliant, so brilliant.
Yeah, I saw you talking. Yeah. You looked like you had a great time with it.
Yeah, and I like all the books that she's in, but that one was just like he nailed everything. Like the plotting, the pace, the characterization is amazing in it. And now I just love the character. Now I liked the character before, but after that book, it's just like what an awesome character. Yeah. So yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's really interesting villains as well because they're. I don't know. I don't think it's spoiling it too much to say it's an elderly couple are the psychos in it, so that's a bit different. That's quite cool.
I really like The Outsider. I thought that was like one of the younger ones.
Yeah. Did you read The Outsider without reading the Bill Hodges trilogy, or did you read that as well?
I read it. I have it, and I forgot it.
Are you okay?
But I still enjoyed the Outsider.
Yeah, because when we've talked about it, with Greg and Al and all that, Greg often says, "Do you think you need to read the others?" But I don't know, because he often, if he's referring back to one of the others, he does talk about what he's saying, doesn't he? He does give you some info.
Yeah, but I think you could read the Outsider without that. And the weird thing is I actually reread Mr. Mercedes. So I've read it 2 times and I still can't remember a single thing about it. And I hate that this is all I'm talking about. It's like you read books and you just don't retain anything. But
it's cool, isn't it? You can have like half a dozen books and just read them constantly.
Yeah.
Give it 2 weeks back.
That's right. You can just.
That's the importance of Goodreads and Storygraph. It's like, did I read that? Oh yeah, I did read that.
What did I think of it?
Yeah.
It's like
I guess that's one of the great things about Booktube, though, is now I have a record of what I thought. You did read it, and here's what you thought of it. So
I've seen someone say that the reason why they wanted to do Booktube was so they can remember what they thought of their books.
Yeah, you have some accountability.
Yeah. But then I suppose that's why you want to try and do a good review as well, like a review with some detail. So when you watch it yourself 2 years later, you get something out of it.
Yeah, that's totally true what you're saying, because I've done that now with like when I started Booktube, I didn't expect to like get this into it, like not at all. Like I was just logging stuff in Goodreads, and I had like 6 friends on Goodreads, and I'm like, let me just like make this. I was like meant to make like a video version of Goodreads, like let me just maybe some more people will see it. I'll have more friends on, And I didn't expect to get into it like this, but I've done that, and it's great because I actually have now books that I've read a couple of years. I've been on Booktube a couple of years now, so now I've actually gone back because I don't remember everything about the book, and I can go back and watch my own video and see what I said about it and get refreshed, you know. And I'm like, oh yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool having a video log of it.
What was it? I reviewed something recently. I wish I remember what it was. And I did it. I think it was one of the Ray Bradbury videos I did. And it was a reread, and I'd already put something on Goodreads. I think it was the Martian Chronicles. I can't remember, but it was such a different review. It's really funny. I focused on completely different things when I did the video. Yeah. And when I read the Goodreads thing, I was like, well, that's a completely different take on the same book, you know. And both of them are positive, but it was just a totally different take on it, you know.
That's funny.
It's funny, isn't it? Yeah.
You didn't look at your previous one before you.
No, I didn't. No, and that's kind of a good thing, really, isn't it? Because otherwise, that would have covered what I did. So, yeah. I'm trying to do those Bradbury videos for people who have read the book as well, so that it's like useful, you know. So like either they, you know, can agree with it or whatever, you know, you can learn something from it or something.
Do you have an idea about when you're gonna get to not rushing you, I'm just curious. Do you have an idea about when you're gonna hit Something Wicked This Way Comes?
Yeah, I wrote a list actually. I've got about 5 books before I get to Something Wicked This Way Comes, I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna do Fahrenheit 451 next, and then it's Golden Apples of the Sun, which I wanna do both of those this month. And then there's like Dandelion Wine, Don't Rain Forever, and I think one more, and then it's Something Wicked This Way Comes, I think.
Oh, so I'll read Dandelion Wine with you too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one. I definitely read it, but I don't remember.
Never read
it.
I have it. I haven't. I don't think I've read it. I'm pretty
it's
sure.
Very popular one. Yeah. So, and I've heard some people say it's their favorite Bradbury. So okay. I think I remember.
Yeah,
go on.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I remember it. I think it's one of his very pretty books. I think it's like one of those ones that's very kind of meditative and not a lot happens kind of thing. I think, from what I remember.
Rumpus, what would you say is your favorite genre?
Oh, I mean, probably literary fiction, whatever that is. You know, how do you even define that? But I love horror. I'm really excited about the Mayhem event.
Okay.
Because I was like, God, I have to wait till October to really like dive into horror. So this is the perfect excuse to just knock out as many horror books as possible.
Yeah.
So I do love horror, the classics, and then literary fiction pretty much, and then memoirs.
So what do you have? Do you have anything good lined up for Horror Mayhem?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. I just happen to have my stack right here.
Oh, awesome. We need to get to this. Yeah.
I started reading this one because I checked it out from the library. So this is for the contemporary Diavola.
Okay.
I'm about halfway through. It's a haunted house family. A family is getting together, and they're all staying in this villa, and the villa is haunted, or is it? You know,
that is a pretty wicked looking. That is a pretty wicked.
Yeah,
looking
awesome cover. Yeah. And then I'm just going to spoil the whole thing. I'm going to read Frankenstein for the classic.
Oh, okay.
Is that a reread or was that first time?
It's a reread, but. And then this seemed like kind of a modern day take on that.
Oh, MJ loved. She loved that book. I want to read that one because. Yeah.
And then for the movie. I'm going to read. I didn't even know this was a book until the other day. Audition. You're reading.
Oh,
Dave, you read Piercing or something, right? By the same.
I'm going to. Yeah, that's next.
Yeah, I am tempted to read Audition.
And then for the local horror, I'm reading Nestlings by Nat Cassidy. He's the one that wrote Mary, which I really liked last year. So yeah, that's.
Oh yeah, I've heard about Mary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that local because they're from New York, or?
He's from New York and it's set in New York, so it's a double whammy.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, that's
all the
cool.
ones that I But then I'm going to read like My Best Friend's Exorcism. I haven't really read any Grady Hendrix. My Heart is a Chainsaw. I want to try to read that one this month.
Mm-hmm.
What else? There's a whole bunch of them that I'm just gonna try to like binge as much horror as possible.
None of those are short.
Yeah, it's true. They're not short, are they?
No, I don't know.
You seem like you're a really fast reader.
Well, we'll see. I'm telling you that this past month was the worst one I've had in a while. I hit that. I had 2-star reads like back to back.
Yeah,
I watched that. Yeah. You said it was like hard, but it wasn't. But you did start that video with saying some stuff you really liked as well, wasn't it? So I guess
after I got through those 2 books, then it was like 4-star, 4-star, 4-star. You know, they were great reads, but it was just getting there. You know, they weren't long books, but they just felt like they were taking forever to read.
Yeah.
And I just refused to DNF a book. Like I'm like, you are not going to defeat me. I'm going to see you to the bitter end.
Dave, what are you going to be reading in the next little while? Oh, no, he's got stuff going on. I can say that I'm kind of fortunate that Neil Gaiman's from this area. I'm going to be reading some Neil Gaiman. I have been reading some Neil Gaiman. I'm going to carry on reading some Neil Gaiman for the local week. So we've got a few more days of the local week, which is cool.
That's the short story, right?
Yeah, these are short stories, and I've got another short story one here. So we've been, me and Dave and Joe from Book Buds have been chatting about maybe doing a Neil Gaiman project because we all like him, and I'd like to reread some stuff, and there's a few bits I haven't read, and we've been talking about, haven't we, Dave, that we might do something. So that'd be cool.
Yeah, but, I don't know where the might is because I'm all on board. I'm ready to go. I showed you my stack.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. Yeah, we are gonna do it. But I suppose I think Joe panicked a bit, didn't he? He went, "Oh, hold on a minute, I've got loads going on. I can't do that." So it'll be nice to have him on board, though, wouldn't it? So yeah, we're gonna do that. So that's nice. But I also realised,
Games. Is that the name we're gonna go with? Game and Games.
Game. Yeah, something like that. But I realised that Arthur Conan Doyle lived in Portsmouth for 8 years, and I thought if I looked up what he actually wrote while he was here, and if there's like a ghost story or something, maybe I could read that. And I did find a ghost story that he wrote while he was living in Southsea, just down the road. Wow. So yeah, I'm going to read a Arthur Conan Doyle story for this week as well. And Dickens. I mean, there's a big Dickens museum here because Dickens lived here for a bit as well. So I was going to see if there's anything Dickens wise as well, but that's harder to find, isn't it? Because he tended to write chunkers and they weren't horror books. But I don't know. I was just going down that road for the local stuff. But yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's a great event. What about you, Dave?
What I'm reading for the event?
Yeah, so far, what you've got lined up for the next sort of week?
Yeah, so I just started. I mean, I'm only a couple pages in, but I just started mapping the interior.
Yes,
for my book this week, and I told you I started digging into Night Shift.
Yeah.
And then I'm doing because I wasn't doing local. I don't have local, so I'm just read mapping the interior instead. And then I'm doing Robert. I'm doing Psycho for movie.
Oh, great.
And then the other ones I have lined up were so this is what I had lined up: Piercing, which I'm definitely going to do, Jack and Jill, which I'm definitely going to, by Keelan Patrick Burr, which I'm definitely going to do, and then I had a few others here, but I just got so I had my Sister the Serial Killer.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah. What moves it? Somebody told me though that I think Erie told me to maybe drop this one because it's like more of a thriller than a horror.
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't call that a horror book, but it's so quick. I mean, you might as well. You can do it
anyway.
This one, What Moves the Dead, by Kingfisher. Because you read this?
I haven't, but I haven't heard anyone say good things about it.
Really?
Really?
Oh, I think I've heard people say good things about it. I mean, I enjoyed her Hollow Places, and I just read this is supposedly, basically based on Fall of the House of Usher, which I just read not that long ago. So, which is why I picked it up. So
it has a killer cover.
It does have a killer cover.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, though, somebody, and this is another great thing about Booktube today, somebody just emailed me, an author just emailed me yesterday, I think. I only check my personal email like every other day. She just emailed me, and it was one of these ones like, hey, curious if you would be interested in reviewing the book, and I'll send you a PDF
cool.
if you want to, this and that. And it sounds like right up my alley, right? So the book is it's called Another Kind of Devil, and it's by N.B. Clark, and this is her first book, right? And she said that this is the synopsis. This is like totally my disillusioned demon Scaramucci longs for a change to his routine in hell. When he greets a mysterious sinner, he gets more than he bargained for. Thrown into the complicated world of humanity, Scaramucci must quickly learn that he is right, what is right and what is wrong. When the kind-hearted Ophelia takes him under her wing, she seems like the perfect mentor. However, when dark secrets are revealed, Scaramucci will face the ultimate test on what it means to be a good person. So this seems like that kind of story seems like right up my alley. It seems like comedy horror, that explores some morality. Yeah, that's like I've read books like that before that I get a big kick out of them. And so I didn't get back to her yet. I just got that email, but I went on Amazon and read like the little bit that I'm able to read, for free on Amazon. And she writes great. And I'm like hooked after like the first 5 pages. So
she's an indie author,
sorry?
She's an indie author that sent you stuff. So.
It's her first book that's just published on Amazon. And that stuff, that stuff is like total hit or miss, right? With the indie stuff. Sometimes they write well, and sometimes you're like, really? You put that out and you're asking people to buy that and stuff. Which is why I went and read like the what I could on Amazon, and the writing is exceptional. The quality of the writing is exceptional, and
that's awesome.
It's like hooking me a little bit already. Like it sounds like it's the type of book that. So I might just buy it. I'm not really much of an e-reader, but I might just buy the paperback and like substitute that in for one of these things, because that'd be like cool to do it for Horror Mayhem,
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called Another Kind of Devil.
Oh, okay.
I can message it to you. Why, you want to buddy rate
it? Sure.
Another Kind of Devil, and her name is what is it? N.B. Clark.
She might be watching this now. She might be watching.
Maybe she could be watching. Yeah, N.B. Clark. I'll message it to you. The spelling. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do it. I think it's a little bit longer for Horror Mayhem, but for you, Rumpus, it's short. But it's like 280, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
280 is all right. It's only a little bit more because I think the cutoff point's 250 in it. So.
Yeah, I was gonna try to read for my longer book. I was gonna try to read this one, Survivor by Gonzalez.
Okay.
Really disturbing one book. I knew this was going to check a few boxes on the bingo card, but I might substitute it in for this one because I don't know. It'd be nice. It'd be cool to do it because we're supposed to be doing some indie stuff too, so it'd be cool to do it during Horror Mayhem.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, because I want to go through a bunch of short stories before I get to the end of the month and look at maybe reading some novels. My Heart as a Chainsaw is one that I might read at the end of the month. So there's I don't know, about half a dozen books I really want to read. A Cabin at the End of the World as well. That's another one that I might read at the end of the month. But I just want to get stuck into the bingo card.
Yeah.
Champion short stories for a bit. Because I think they get a raw deal on Booktube short stories.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna vote. So have you read any other Tremblay?
No, I haven't. That's the thing. I've got. I think I own about 4 books by him. So it's about time I read one of them.
Did you watch the movie? I don't know why they changed the title. What do they call it? The Knock at the.
I knew what it was based on. I want to read it first because
okay.
I just feel like you end up just sort of being impatient with it because you're just like yeah, I've seen it. So if you don't see it, then you're just gonna read it in a better state of mind. I think a better attitude. I think.
Yeah.
I don't mind having an actor in my mind for a character. That's not what I object to. Because some people go, yeah, but I'd rather imagine it myself. I'm not bothered about that. I just think you read it differently if you've already heard the plot or seen the plot or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You just, oh, that's happened. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I agree. I always try to read the stuff before I watch it. But you'll enjoy it. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a little rough, you know what I mean, but you're not scared of that, so it's.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
I've been surprised that I think I'm desensitized.
Yeah.
I think I read anything now.
Well,
I'd say that. Go on.
I don't want to discourage you from Rumpus. Have you read any Paul Tremblay?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So I don't want to discourage you from reading Cabin at the End of the World because it's a good book. You'll enjoy it. But if you read any Tremblay, you know the one you really need to read is A Head Full of Ghosts.
Oh, well, I've got that. That was that was the first one I bought by him. So yeah, that's another one that I could easily read. That's book, really good. I mean, that's about possession, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's so much more. It's so much more, and it's that's a book that I think I mean, people like that book. It's well rated. You know what I mean? Like people like it, but that is a book that personally I think does not get like the degree of accolades that it deserves. Like that book to me was absolutely phenomenal. It was brilliant. It was so good in a number of different ways, and I think it deserves to be like a modern day classic. You know, it was so incredible, that book, I thought. And so
I need to read it.
I highly recommend it.
Okay.
But it explored a lot. It explored a lot of different things, and I thought it was done pretty brilliantly. And if you like horror, it is also fun because there's just like a lot of. There's just a small piece of it. There was so much to that book, but there was a lot of old horror references in it. So that
so it's a little bit self-aware as well.
Yeah. So
yeah,
pretty cool.
All right, let's catch up with these bits here. So Dave says I was answering Heidi's question about new music. So I can't. So long ago since we looked at the previous comment. Standards okay, but the apocalypse has been done better and in fewer pages. Ooh. Once you've retired, you're too aware of how little time you have, and chunkers get even more scary. Oh, okay.
Oh.
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah. So everyone needs to read the big books when they're 12. I read mainly fantasy. They're all chunkers. Yeah. Just one chapter at a time, and they're all massive series.
Yeah, true too. Why is fantasy like that? You can't just get a good, reasonably sized fantasy novel. Like
I tell you what, I actually think it makes sense because they spend so much time building the world.
Yeah, that's true.
In some ways, a bit of a waste to just go, I'm going to do another one. I'm going to build another world, you know, because it's like they've already done it. So let's put a story in there. Yeah. It's the same world. They have to build it again. I think it makes sense, really.
Yeah.
Have you guys read the Wheel of Time series?
No.
Oh, good.
I think only because it's like 18 books or something.
I'm slogging my way through it. I'm on book 5.
Oh, are you?
But it's been it's been 2 years since I read the last one. It's just a lot. My thing is, it's a lot of walking.
Yeah.
A lot of walking from one place to the other. It just, I don't know. Never mind. I don't want to be canceled. People love that book, but it does seem like you know, just kind of a rehash of the Lord of the Rings so far.
Right.
Well,
I'm thinking like it's going to be better in book 6, you know, but then book 6 is 2,000 pages, and it's just like.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in book 5, you can't be hating it.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Oh, this is another Taylor Swift thing, isn't it? He's been writing letters to the Wheel of Time fan club going, yeah, can I join? I don't really like it, man.
No, but I do need. I want to say that I did it, but so far I haven't enjoyed doing it, which is kind of a downer, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's life, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's funny because I love fantasy books, and it's that you're always juggling. Well, what am I going to read now? Oh, I'll read something like this now. I'll read this now. I'll read this, and I've read loads of fantasy when I was younger, and every time I read a fantasy book, it's like, oh, I should read more of this. But I'm also discovering, and I'm enjoying crime books at the moment, and my first love is science fiction, so I'm trying to make sure I go back to science fiction as well. There's so much I want to read, and the horror thing. You know, I'm loving the horror thing. It's just hard, isn't it, to try and juggle all these things all the time.
I need to win the lottery, so that's the only way I'm gonna have time to do it all.
Yeah, just retire. Yeah, it's true. If I read a book for review but don't write the review in the following few days, I have to read it again. To put it into computer terminology. The random access memory gets more random. Yeah, well, that's why I feel like I have to do the video straight away. Do you guys feel like that? You have to quickly do a video, or you'll forget what you're supposed to be saying about it.
I've started taking notes.
Yeah.
But when I do the monthly wrap up, it feels like it's been a year. It's like, oh yeah, I did read that.
I'm always worried that I'm going to talk about a book that I thought was in that month and it was in the previous month. And I'm like, oh, I've already talked about it once. But I enjoy doing monthly wrap ups though, because I only started doing that like a year ago, and I really like it. It's interesting because it just makes you're kind of aware of what you've been doing, and you can talk about the books again, and it's quite nice, I think. I read 4 huge books back to back: War and Peace, Count of Monte Cristo, that's huge, isn't it? Gone with the Wind, and Atlas Shrugged.
Wow.
Took me a long time. Wow, that's 4 chunkers.
Peter. Wow.
Yeah. Did he review them all on his channel?
That's like 1 a year. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're not still reading it.
Right.
Right.
It's a literary fiction. It's not a genre. It's a writing style. It can cover any genre.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you said whatever that means, isn't it? Because it's hard. Because you feel like that's kind of a word that. Yeah. I have that with music sometimes. You know that this term you're going to use is not a good term, but it's like, okay, just for convenience, I'm going to use this term, but it's not correct. So it's a bit like that.
It's one of those things you can't. We all feel like we feel like we know what it is, but you can't define it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like some authors are more literary than other authors.
Right.
So you're like, sometimes on Goodreads, I'll put something in a science fiction, horror, and literary fiction category in my own Goodreads categories if it feels like it's a little bit more literary. But what does it mean? I don't know. They took over my life for 4 months. 4 months. That is not long for all that, is it?
Wow.
He went through them quite quickly, I reckon. 4 months. That's pretty impressive.
Wow.
Yeah, it took me. I reckon it would have taken me at least 3 months to read one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too.
Mm.
I mean, that's 1 a month.
Yeah.
I could have done it. When I tackled Malazan, that was.
You read the Malazan?
I didn't get far. I got 1.5 books in. I mean, someday I'll give it another try, but I mean, I had to be so disciplined. Like every morning before I went to work, I sat and I allocated a certain amount of time to it. That was all I did. I read that every day, every morning, and it was.
I get the impression you got to make loads of charts and like loads of diagrams to remember what's going on and how many characters. So is that right? Is it like ridiculously complicated?
It's complicated. Well, it was more complicated for me because I didn't realize until I was like 2/3 of the way through the book that there's a glossary at the end that would have helped me significantly. But it's also it's I mean that it's media res that's and so I think Erickson meant to like you know, not he meant to buck the usual format, you know, and that was part of his thing, but it was hard because you just got there wasn't the traditional development of like your anti-hero or whatever from the beginning. You kind of got thrown into the middle of the story. You know, there's this massive, you know, everything's going on. There's this massive war going on, and you just get thrown in right in the middle of it. And
it sort of unfolds after that, does it? And it kind of spreads off into other plots, does it?
Yeah, it's like it's a story that starts with you like it's a story that starts with characters where like you feel like you should already know you should already know about those characters. You know what I mean? Like everything's very developed already. You know, it's not like yeah, it's just not like you're not like seeing the evolution of some young anti-hero, like, you know, that like some nobody that you see them evolve into becoming a great hero or something. It's not like that. It's totally media res, and you're just thrown like right in the middle of all the shit that's going on. It's like it's not your traditional fantasy, and it's not easy. You know, like I think they say you need a little bit of experience, you know, with fantasy reading before you try that series. And I probably need a little bit before I go back to it.
How stinking cute is Olive? My God, look at that dog.
Hey, sweetie.
She is so sweet. Oh my God, it's too much. It's too much. Oh. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a really good move. That's awesome. So yeah, Heidi said, love Count of Monte Cristo. Here we go. Brian says, I checked your channel and immediately saw the video told I touched myself. Yeah, that made me laugh. That was awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Well played, sir. It's awesome. I touched myself. Yeah. No, everyone's going to subscribe when they see that.
Come on down.
Favorite author. Yeah. Awesome. Well, maybe Jenny can get involved. That'd be cool. Short story to the oh, okay. I didn't. That's also. He wrote a story for the new Elric book. That's cool.
Oh.
War and Peace and Atlas Shrugged, the long, boring parts. Both are good books. Fair enough. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough. Oh, where are we? To try them. I normally quite enjoy long books. If I get bored, I use the audiobook.
I like what Book Chat with Pat has been doing with Les Mis, where she reads like one chapter a night. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, good way of doing it. Yeah, because you're not you're not like pushing yourself too much, and you can kind of just take it in little chunks. Yeah. Refuse the DNF. But I need to disappear for a moment.
Yep.
Back in a sec.
He's got to go to his little special room there. So
yeah. I wish I could get Ace to be on camera. I want Olive to be friends with Ace, but he's sacked out. He's asleep. But
he's shy.
Seriously, that is the cutest dog in the world.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how could you not love Olive? Look at her. Oh.
Yeah, she's like she you live with her, she's like a little much, you know. Like,
yeah, I know.
She's like the funny thing is she like she always wants to, like, let's say for okay, all right. See, she's very human like sometimes. She's like in the mornings when I get up, right? Like I get up early because I have a daughter still in high school, so I help, you know, make her breakfast, and I do the carpool in the morning, the neighborhood carpool and stuff. And so when I get up, that alarm goes off at 5:55, right? And like the second it goes off, she knows it's time to get up, and she just like starts attacking my head, you know. And it's all right, okay. She starts attacking my head, and like so it's sometimes like on a bad morning, she'll like jam her tongue like in my mouth. Not how you want to wake up.
Yeah.
Not wake up, you know. And she's just like very, very aggressive. Like weekends, we try to sleep in a little bit. Fortunately, she usually does it to my wife. I don't know why, but she like forces us to get up and get her breakfast, you know, because she does not wait long for breakfast. It's very, very. So,
I just remember there was that one episode where she got like frisky, and you're like, Olive, we talked about this, and I was like, oh my God, Dave, no. And then it was like she goes to the sofa. What was it? Remember? Then she was with like a spicy book or something.
oh yeah,
It was so funny. That was great. That was great.
yeah. She's always download those spicy books, right? All that naughty stuff. All that naughty stuff.
And how amazing was that book barn?
Holy cow!
Oh
I
my
never
God.
saw anything like that. I've
Now
never
that's on
seen
my
anything
bucket
like
list.
that before.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
that
not.
was amazing.
You should come. You should sometime this summer. You should come over. Actually, you should come over this summer when we got the pool open. You can hang out. We'll use the pool a bit, and then we'll take a drive up to the book barn. It's like an hour from here, so
Awesome. Yeah.
it wouldn't be that much of a trip for you.
No.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be
that
good.
place
We got
is
space.
incredible.
Yeah, it's a very cool place to see. I definitely have to go back. That was my first time. Right. Yeah. You all good, Garrett?
All good.
You
Yeah,
look like
basically, I don't know if you saw what happened, but there was a lady in distress in the street, and I had to just rescue her, make sure everything was cool, tell those guys to get out of, just like move out of the city, sort everything out. It's all good.
And you needed to.
No, I went to the toilet.
You needed to eat her groceries for her, like that's why you're chewing, so she didn't have to carry them all the way home.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you for your service. Yeah.
You gotta watch him. He's always sneaking in biscuits when you're not looking. You notice how Rumpus hasn't touched his biscuit bag since like that.
Yeah,
first
let's go.
minute that
Let's
he
see
showed
what
it.
other crazy creatures we have in here. Let's see.
Yeah. Have a little delve.
Those things were obviously delicious.
Let's see.
You got some more?
I'm just gonna randomly pick one and see if we can figure out what it is.
All right, let's see. Looks like a little bit like a buffalo. It's probably supposed to be a unicorn.
It's a unicorn.
I think that's roadkill, isn't it?
Or it could
Do you
be a
reckon that's
dragon.
roadkill?
Oh, you know what? It's a dragon.
That's a
Let me
dragon.
explain. Yeah, this is the head. This is the wing, and this is the tail.
Of course.
Kind of see it?
Yeah.
That's really sad.
It's pathetic.
It's like they're not even trying.
They're all pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and they've just renamed them.
You want to know
There's- There's
Is that
a poem
nice?
on the back. Would you like to
Is
hear
it
the
a poem?
poem?
a poem?
Wow, that biscuit packet keeps giving, doesn't it?
In
Yeah.
a faraway place, in a faraway land, wishes turned into sweetness and danced in your hand. Sea monsters, dragons, mermaids, and unicorns parading on land and at sea. That didn't really work, did it? Together they sing out in sweet harmony. Oh, I see, sea harmony. Is something this magical just your imagination? Find out, open the bag, enjoy every creation.
Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow, that, gentlemen, is what we call literary fiction. Right there. Wow.
That's almost as good as Taylor Swift's lyrics, isn't it, Rumpus?
Yeah, right.
Dave, John at Talking Story loved that What Moves the Dead book. Oh, we go.
Okay.
I think What Feasts at Night is a companion book.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That wasn't fair of me to like crap on that book. I haven't read it, but I just know that like I've heard a lot of people be like,
Oh.
So, but most of the time they're wrong. So there's that too.
Dave says 90% of the essential books these days are from indie publishers or self-published. Yay. What? Who am I kidding? All right. Being a book lover, Jenny, I am the same way. Thank God I don't DNF books, or I might not love 984. Yes, some books win you over, don't they? They do win you over.
Did that one
I
start
didn't
off
like the
that?
beginning.
I don't remember.
I think you got to lock in. I think some books takes you longer to lock in. I think you got to get into like 20, 30 pages of 984 before you properly
Have you
I need
guys
to
read
in.
Lucifer's Hammer?
No, but I know it. Why do I know it? Who's it by?
Oh,
Is that
Lord.
Niven?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
Oh.
like, I want to say the first 100 to 200 pages are a total bore because it's all about, a comet hitting the Earth. But then when that comet hits, oh my God. But, I doubt many people are going to hang with 200 pages of just like,
Yeah.
But it's worth it. It's so worth it. That's a great
Yeah.
book.
That's the thing about
DNF.
DNF.
No, I have that's one of those like 200 old sci-fi paperbacks I have that I've never read, but
it's great.
Okay, that's good to know.
5-star. I'm stingy with my 5 stars. That's a great one.
And do you remember it as well?
I do. And in fact, like that book, it really sort of changed the way that I looked at the world and the universe. Like you really realize how everything is interconnected, and you got like the domino effect. Like if one little thing goes wrong.
That's awesome.
And so a lot.
Do you like? Go on.
Well, you just also realize. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
No, go ahead. No, go.
Well, you also just realize like how you're just a little marble, floating out there, and it was like it made my head explode. It's a great book.
Little pale.
I mean, it's dated, but it's a great book.
Yeah. Is it mostly then about like an apocalypse after the comet hits? Is that
pretty much? It's like there's a few survivors, and then what do you do in this world that's just completely devastated, and it gets pretty gnarly out there. It's great. It's really
all right.
Yeah.
I really wanted to read Earth Abides. I still haven't got to it yet, but I've had it for a while. I really want. That's the kind of classic kind of. What happens afterwards kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'll read that one too if you tell me when you
go. Yeah, okay. We will read Cage of Souls first. It's ready to go. We'll just need to wait till Horror Mayhem's over.
Yeah.
Rumpus, have you read any Ted Chiang?
I don't think so.
There's two short story books. Two of the best books I've ever read. I love them.
Really?
Absolutely love them. Yeah, really love them.
Awesome.
So there's one that's really famous because it was made into the film Arrival, which is called Stories of Your Life.
Oh, yeah. No, I've seen a lot of people talk about that. I want to read that. That's on my TBR.
Yeah. Really, really. I genuinely thought when I read Exhalation, which was the other one, that it was the deepest book I'd read.
Yeah.
That was a great movie too. So I bet the book is incredible.
Yeah. It's a beautiful film. I think it really does make you think. And see what you think. And they're short stories, so you can they are quite different though, to be fair. So it's not like he's got the same style. I mean, there's in each book there's like a historical fiction-y one as well that's kind of a bit philosophical. If you read just that, you might think that that's what his style is. So, but it does actually vary a bit through the book.
The
but give him a go.
You talk about the nanny one?
The nanny one
from Exhalation or from the other set?
Oh, what you mean? The Tamagotchi one?
The what?
The one about the pets? Or
no. Although that was great, but no. I thought
I can't remember the nanny one.
The robot nanny one?
Oh yeah, the robot nanny. Yeah.
I thought that's what you were talking about when you said it.
No, but that's a great story though. No, there's a. Oh no, I'm thinking about the Babylon one. Which book is that in? The one where it's like the Tower of Babylon.
Oh, that must be
one of them.
That must be in the.
That must be Stories of Your Life.
Yeah. So Rumpus, I just recently read the Exhalation collection, and I concur with him. It was absolutely friggin' phenomenal. And I just got the second collection, or I didn't get it actually. Somebody another booktuber, Dia, over at Novel Idea. She saw my review of how much I loved Exhalation, so she sent me the other one.
Oh,
the
nice.
one that has the stories of your life in it, which I'm looking forward to reading. But yeah, what Gareth said, it's a very unique book because I mean, there's a lot of books that are collections of sci-fi stories, but these are collections. This is a collection of sci-fi stories, all of which are like really make you think. They all have a strong philosophical bent to them, and that one, that the Digipets one, that was very emotional. That story, that was a long one, but that was pretty moving. That story,
and you didn't know where it was going to go, did you? And then you went somewhere. Oh, okay, that's good. And there's one, just to kind of elaborate a little bit more. There's one which I don't remember what it's called, and I'm pretty sure it's an Exhalation about like arguing the idea that truth is not just what happened, but it's how people felt when it happened.
Yes,
and if you just base the truth on what happened, it's not the whole truth. It's really interesting, and you're reading it going, "Oh my god, I wouldn't even think about truth like that." But it's really well done. Really well done. Really interesting.
I'll pick it up. I might sneak it in this month. I don't know, Horror Mayhem, but yeah, I'm gonna. That sounds amazing.
Really cool. Yeah, he really is amazing. Yeah.
That story that you just mentioned, Gareth, there was a Black Mirror episode that was similar to that. I don't know if you.
Oh, really?
Did you ever see that?
I've been really patchy with Black Mirror. I've seen some of them, but I just randomly pick one.
I don't want to give her too much away, but there was one where they had a thing that was like recording stuff. And it was the same.
Oh, yeah. And it was like a dinner party, and that's really episode. That's quite disturbing as well, isn't it? It's really awkward watching it.
Yeah, it sure was.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, really good. Yeah. Absolutely. The guy who writes Black Mirror is a guy called Charlie Brooker. I absolutely love that man, and he used to do a review of the year every year, and he stopped doing it because he'd been writing Black Mirror. It's a bit annoying because it'd be nice if he did that review because it's really funny. He's like a satirist. So never mind. Jenny says, doesn't matter how many times I read Lord of the Rings, I always picture the cast and not the descriptions. Oh yes, it's talking about reading something after you've seen it.
Same.
Yeah. Although I think it's perfectly cast.
Oh yeah, that's a great series.
It's one of the great things about it. I can't believe how perfectly cast it was. Apparently, traditional publishers don't want any fantasy over 100,000 words. What kind of stories are we going to get stuck with? Oh, okay, they don't want fantasy over 100,000 words. You'd think it'd be the opposite. They want like loads because they want all the big series, isn't it?
Yeah.
2000 movie is fantastic. It's the best movie in the series. Were you guys talking about that when I went off? No, maybe I can't remember.
You know what? It's because I was comparing Wheel of Time to Lord of the Rings, I think.
That's right. Yeah. Read something you like instead.
See? Yeah, no, I don't mean to dump on it. Because, I mean, obviously, it's got to be incredible because people are so just, like, it's got a huge fan base. So I know there's something there, but how many books do I have to get through to get there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you read like 11 books and you're going, where is it? Where is your lion?
Every book is 1,500 pages, so it's
like, it's not even just the amount of books, is how big they are.
Even Robert Jordan didn't make it all the way through,
Right. Whoa. Fair enough.
Too soon.
Yeah.
I will say the last one I read, I did enjoy. There was a part.
Oh, is it getting better?
The mirror.
Do you feel like it's getting better?
Yeah, that was a cool book. So I think I'm at the point where it is starting to like pick up, but it just was so much walking around. Like I hate books where you're just walking and walking and walking.
Do you feel like the backstory stuff is paying off, or do you feel like they could have just started from the 5th book and it wouldn't really matter?
I think you would have to have the background knowledge of the other characters and stuff to appreciate the 5th book. But I do think that like it could have used some editing. I don't know if every book had to be 1,500 pages. But maybe that's just
Yeah.
the fun of it. Is like, you know, it's an endurance test to see if you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Has anybody read A Glastonbury Romance? Anyone read that one? I haven't read that one.
No,
That's a big chunker, apparently. Don't know that one, Dave.
I don't know. That one.
The Captain of Cristo is fantastic, but I wish Dante did not keep the secrets he did. He could have saved those people a lot of stress. Could you email me a list of the Twilight Zone magazines you already have? I have a few. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. I don't know if you know.
Like he's going to say no.
Well, I since I was 16, I've been collecting what is actually really rare, which is Twilight Zone magazines. So it was a magazine run that went for about 5 years or something, not very long. And I've got some holes, still got some I need to get, but it's just really hard to get. So I need to tell Dave what I've got then, because if I can fill a few holes, that'd be crazy. So it's an amazing magazine. If you're curious, you're thinking, oh, that sounds interesting. I did a video on them and I went through the whole lot. It's a cool video. But yeah, I thought I'd get them all out, and I was like showing, I had to. I mean, there's a lot of them, so that I kind of skimmed through it a bit. But it's a really interesting magazine, and Robert McCammon is the feature on one of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's what's the story? It's I can't remember what the story is, but he's like, because they often had like a feature author as like a big focus on the on that issue of the magazine, and he's definitely one of them. Yeah. I'll try and get it out. It's over there. I've got a chest over there with stuff that it's full of other things on top of it. I have to clear it all off, but I'll show you. Thank you, Dave. Dave's a very lovely man. Dave does this. He sends these things to people. It's very cool. Thank you. Jenny says, do you know you used to do that too? Waking up to a German Shepherd staring down at you while wake you up.
I'm shocked you haven't heard Vivian, the deaf pit bull. It's around that time. You would know it if you heard it.
I read the book Heidi a while ago. It's a pretty good book. Enjoyed it quite a bit. What was that, do you reckon?
That's probably just a Heidi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A94 is has a lot of talk about. Maybe that comes back in a minute.
Have either of you read Julia?
No, but I want to.
I do too. Yeah, that one sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, is that connected to 1984?
Yeah, it's like a
from
retelling.
Julia's perspective, right?
From her. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter's got to go.
Okay.
Thanks for popping in.
Steve here.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Never read Heidi. Just watched the Shirley Temple movie. Oh, okay. So there is talking about Heidi. Yes, that's a big. That was like, I think in the old, like going back to my childhood, that was all over the school libraries. That must have been a big book in those days. Nobody ever talks about it now, do they? Don't know. I'll happily dump on it. So that must. What was that?
Hopefully not your magazine. Imagine getting that in the mail.
Yeah, my dogs will eat it. It could be a children's book. It's a good book for adults and children. It's about 300 pages without pictures and simple vocabulary. You could say it's rural. Oh yeah. I think that's the thing as well, isn't it? Like people who say they won't read YA or young books. Sometimes it can be written for both sets of people, can't it? I really enjoyed reading The Wizard of Oz recently. I did that. That was the first banned book I read. Wizard of Oz is banned is hilarious, isn't it? But that was the first one out of the banned book project. I need to get back to it though, so I'm going to read Fahrenheit 441 for it. But I need to So I would like to get to 24 by the end of the year, and I'm on track now. But if I don't keep an eye on it, I'll get behind, and it'll be like, oh, okay, I won't do 24 then.
Well, if things keep going the way they are, it might get easier to get 24.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You'll be able to just pick up a bunch of Sarah J. Maas books and knock it out.
Yeah. I just pick up any book and it's banned somewhere. Yeah. That's true. It's a little bit scary.
Somebody commented. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Somebody commented on our video today. There and interestingly, their comment ended up getting axed. They said something that YouTube didn't like, but they commented that, which I never really thought about, was that the because I had mentioned The Handmaid's Tale, and that being one of the books that I was reading for the 24 and 24. I'm not doing 24, but I'm doing some. And they had mentioned that the Bible is like one of the most banned books, period. And I never really thought about that, That's a really good point, I mean, I'm not going to read the Bible for 24 and 24, but I'm just...
I did enough of that when I was a kid, and it didn't do me any good.
But I read plenty of it as a kid too. But I mean, it's a good piece of literature. But because we have like been expanding, so like we're not just thinking about the U.S. Like we've all been doing think about books that are banned wherever. And if you're going to do that, I mean, that's one of the most banned books, period. It's just something that never really occurred to me. I thought it was an interesting comment.
Yeah. Now, when I was looking to see which ones I'd read, Wikipedia has got it by country. It's really interesting. It tells you, it will go like North America, what's been banned there, what's been banned in Russia, what's been banned in Japan, they can properly have a look. And it's quite interesting because there are some things that come up a lot.
That Russian list must have been pretty damn long.
Yeah.
It's not as long as you'd think it was, actually. The American list is longer.
Yeah.
Maybe
the Russian ones are all the Russian literature.
There's one book I read and I thought, I wish I remember. It might have been Heart of a Dog. I thought it was going to be banned in Russia, and it wasn't. It was banned in America. It was banned in Chicago. What was it? I don't think it's Heart of a Dog. It's the other one. But it was something that was criticizing Russia, but it wasn't banned in Russia. It was banned in Chicago. I can't remember which one it was. Have a look at my videos.
Dave, did your copy of A Handmaid's Tale have the little note from Margaret Atwood about the writing of that book? I think now they publish it with that in there.
I don't think so. I actually had 2 copies of that book. That's interesting. This never happened to me before. I actually ended up reading it from 2 different. I had my daughter's copy, like the more modern copy that had like the sticker from the Hulu show on it, and I lost it while I was reading it. That never happens to me. But I take the book everywhere. I take it in the car. You never know when you're going to have to read. So, and I lost it, and I thought it must have just fallen out of the car or something when I got out. So fortunately, I just happened to have another old mass market paperback from when I was supposed to read it back in college. So I read the rest of the book that way. So I actually read it on 2. I found it. I ended up finding it, but so I read it on 2 different versions, but I don't think either one had that. Maybe the Hulu one does.
There's some edition where she either writes an introduction or an afterword, but she said the most disturbing thing about the book is everything in there was based on some sort of reality that is happening to women somewhere around the world. Yeah. And, it's just, I love that book. That's such an essential read.
Yeah. Well, it's funny when we were, I saw his buddy reading it with Elaine and Vin from Revenant Reads. And very early on, Vin said that he thought the book was heavily inspired by the Islamic Revolution in Iran. And that hadn't occurred to me. And I was like, oh, yeah, that totally makes sense. That's exactly what this is. It's the Islamic Revolution in Iran happening in the U.S. And then he was right? Because she basically says it at the end of the book. But yeah, I mean, that she was basing that on actual, I mean, that stuff happens, just it doesn't happen here.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, right? Yeah. I mean, the way things are going now, I don't know. we're starting to head
And
back
that's
that
the
way.
book that I was trying to think of. Persepolis. That's the one that's not banned in where you think it would be banned, and it's banned in Chicago. Persepolis. Did you know? Yeah, the graphic novel about the Iranian Revolution. Yeah, it wasn't banned in Iran.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, mad, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I remember you talking about that. Yeah, you were really moved by that one.
I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. And I, when you first start reading it, if you've already read Mouse, you might think, oh, it's going to be in a similar experience. But I thought it was much more of an emotional experience than Mouse. Mouse was really good for the brain, I think. It didn't move me as much, but Persepolis really did. Yeah, there was something about the way she built up the family and stuff, I think. It's very good. So yeah, the politics was obviously important, but the family stuff and the actual character, her character, really shone through the pages. And possibly the drawing style, I think, was really powerful as well. Weirdly, I mean, it's a very simple way of drawing, but it kind of worked really well, I think. Dave was criticizing Wheel of Time.
Yeah, I made a mistake crapping on the Wheel of Time. I told you.
So, is there a book or a series of books or an author do you feel like it's about time you got stuck in with that and you've been like hovering around in the back of your mind that you never got around to?
Let me think on that one. There's a lot of authors that I haven't read that I want to. Like I just last year I read my first Jane Austen. Like there's just a whole bunch of books that you should have read by now that you haven't.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of authors that I want to read. What's his name? Forrester. E.M. Forrester. Yeah, I got into him last year, so I'm going to try to finish reading his books this year. I think I mainly like find an author that I really love, and then I just want to read everything that they wrote. Like I did that with Octavia E. But I love she's because I asked the question when you had that guest on. That was the coolest. But then John Wyndham, I discovered John Wyndham last year, and I read The Road years ago, but now I'm kind of in a Cormac McCarthy keyhole, or not keyhole. What's the word? Rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm more about finding a great author and then just reading everything that they have. And then once I read them, I let them go, and I don't remember anything.
But that's cool. I think I can relate to that because you want that the experience, the emotion of reading something. You can, well, let's have that again. And it's like you can't read the same book, so is this going to be a similar experience, isn't it? And you get into someone's tone or someone's style, someone's voice. Yeah.
Then it was really interesting because one of my favorite books this year has been The Glutton, and then the A.K. Blakemore. She's only written one other book called The Manning Tree Witches, and they couldn't have been more different. And so one was like, book of the year, and the other one was a 2-star read. So it was interesting to see how much she grew from one book to the next too, as well.
Yeah. So could you tell it was the same author? It was just like an improved version. Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah. And I hate to say that because I love The Glutton. Everybody go read The Glutton. It's gross. It's based on a real story. It's amazing. And it needs to be turned into a movie like pronto. It's amazing. You will love that book. I stand behind that recommendation.
Wait, give us a little more on the.
So it was about this guy who he was basically like a human boa constrictor. They turned him into a freak show, and he would eat like crazy amounts of food. He could just eat. And then, stories started coming that like, oh, he ate a baby, or oh, he ate an animal, or he did this, he did that. And you don't know if it's true or not. But the story opens, he's in like a hospital, and a nun is required to be by his side to make sure he doesn't ingest anything. But he swallowed this golden fork, and apparently that's what's going to take him out. So while she's sitting there with him, and he doesn't want her there, he starts telling her the story of his life. And it is a wild, crazy book. And, it is kind of a gross out, But if you read the book Perfume, it has very similar vibes. Like, yeah, I loved it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Is there, Dave? Is there any authors or books that you've wanted to kind of? Do you feel like you've been ignoring too long, or?
Yeah. Well, Stephen King, right? I've read So Little King, and
what have you read? What have you read by him then?
Almost nothing. I've read Elevation, and then
that might explain why you haven't read much of him.
yeah, and then I've read yeah, that's it. I started. Wait, is that it?
Okay.
I think that's it. I started the
Yeah.
gun. I have the first two Dark Towers, and I started the Gunslinger. Was it last summer? It was one of those ones I was like on vacation, and I started on the beach, and then that was it. When I got home, I didn't read anymore, so I have to. I have to start over. So
yeah, it's funny. It's funny because well, with Kurt Vonnegut, I've read 3 books and I didn't like them at all. All 3 books I read by him, and then I told Greg which ones they were, and he went, "Well, they're the worst books you could pick to start reading Vonnegut." I was like, oh, and they weren't the famous ones, but I just thought, well, he's so great. Surely any book I could pick any book and it'll be fine. But you know, you can start with the wrong books, can't you? Let's face it.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting.
Needful Things is a great Stephen King book that doesn't get enough love, I think.
It's my second favorite King book.
Really? Yeah.
Really?
I love it.
Yeah, I loved it. I think
What's
it's
your number 1?
11/22/63.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think it's again. I mean, I would say you could take out 100 pages from it, you know, but it doesn't spoil it. You know, I think it's there's so much to it. There's so much in it. But yeah, Needful Things is a book that does what he sometimes gets criticized for really well. So, you know, the idea that you know everybody in the town, and sometimes people go, well, why do I need to know John down the end of the road that's not going to be in the book again? But the thing with Needful Things is they are all they're all main characters, aren't they? Mm-hmm. And the whole thing is about the whole town folding in on itself and just being massively manipulated by the guy, I forgot his name, the bad guy. And it's just so cool the way it just gets worse and worse and worse, and then obviously you end up with, like, I don't know, about 8 different cross relationships that are just getting horrifically bad, isn't it? It's cool. Yeah, it's very clever.
Fun book.
Yeah. Have you got a favorite Stephen King book?
Me?
Yeah.
It's probably
Is it The Stand?
Between Misery and It.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then I do like The Stand. I've reread The Stand, and I've reread Needful Things, and I accidentally reread Mr. Mercedes because I forgot about it. Remember?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Misery is great too. I mean, really, all the early King, Cujo. I like all the early Stephen King. I
only read Cujo last year, and I was so shocked by the ending. Yeah. It's such a brilliant, oh my god, it's really upsetting. I was like, wow. So yeah, I think that's kind of a standout thing. Hold on, I was saying that crapping on the Wheel of Time is perfectly okay. Oh yeah, he wants to make sure you're aware of this.
Okay. I'm hopeful though. I'm optimistic about it, y'all. It's gonna get better.
Yeah. I love the optimism. Jenny says, I have yet to read a single Brandon Sanderson, Jane Austen, John Wyndham, Shakespeare, and the majority of popular classics. Well, I've read one Brandon Sanderson book, and I thought it was brilliant. And I ought to read the others, but I really enjoyed it. I couldn't put it down.
I think we read the same one.
Final Empire.
There's the First Mistborn.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I did, and I really liked it. And it was one of those ones but it was a little on the longer side. So I'm like, I just need to take a break before I read book 2, and then I never got to book 2.
Yeah, no, I know. I feel like I've forgotten what happened. I've forgotten the characters' names and everything. So yeah, but I think again, it was like it didn't feel like it felt like what you don't want when you have a big book. You don't want to get to a point where you read a chapter and you feel like that was a waste of time. You know, and it felt like the plot was always moving on, and there was always a point to the pages. You know,
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't feel like that was too bad on that front. Jenny says, I'm a fake reader.
No, you wouldn't
Well,
be
you can
here if you
talk
were.
all about that on your channel. Can't wait. It's going to be cool. Over 3,200 unread books. Wow. Oh, on the Kindle. I was going to say, can you imagine having 3,200 actual books?
I mean, at least they're on the Kindle, but still, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the trouble. I'll tell you what, that is the thing about digital media, right? This is something I kind of try and get debates about physical media versus digital media in my music classes, because obviously it's a big issue in the music industry. And if you think about the torrenting thing and like the file sharing thing, I remember I've always bought CDs. I love CDs. That's why I'm doing that 100 album challenge on my channel. Yeah. And I remember when the torrenting thing started, and I saw this file that was like the complete discography of Rush, every album by Rush. It was like 20 hours or whatever it was, and I downloaded it. It took about 5 minutes to download all of these albums. I instantly had them on my PC. Completely forgot that I had them. Totally ignored it, and it had no value to me because it took me 5 minutes, and I just clicked on the thing and I had it. If I'd have bought them, I would have listened to them straight away. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? If it makes no effort to get something, you don't value it. You know?
Yeah, it's true.
So I think that's why books are cool. And why you can end up with 3,200 unread things on your Kindle. Wheel of Time was one of the best reading experiences I've ever had. This is from Heidi. I discussed it each week with my brother. That was the best part. 15 books. Yeah, it's quite cool if you've got someone you can bounce off, isn't it? 15 books in 3 months of my life. 3 months and 15 books in 3 months. Wow. I think it's Dave's turn to rescue the princess. You've done well, Rumpus. You haven't disappeared.
I'm back.
He's back. Yay!
Oh, Beloved is wonderful.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I want to read. I want to read Kindred because I've read Parable of the Sower, which is really, really impressive.
That's one of my favorite books ever.
Which one? Parable of the Sower.
Well, that one too, but Kindred is probably my #1 favorite from her.
Right. Because that's been banned as well, isn't it? That can be for the band project, can't it?
I'm sure it is. I mean, it's a great book, so it's probably banned.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, yeah.
And then Parable of the Talents has a passage that sounds like they're describing the MAGA movement and all that. I mean, it's really, it's crazy. I'm determined she was a time traveler. There's just no other explanation. I mean, it is wild. It is wild. And I'm so sad. Like, on one hand, I'm really glad that I discovered her. And then now that I've read everything that she's written and know that she's gone and there's no more, it's like the most bittersweet thing. But I did find a book of conversations with her. I just got a book in the mail today, Conversations with Octavia E. Butler. So, I'm trying to find any little thing that I can scrape up that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of new on the journey with Octavia Butler, but yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
Oh, she's brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah. Dave says there's quite a long list of indie horror SF fantasy authors that I've never heard mentioned on Book. Yeah, yeah. And sometimes the same ones come up a lot. We've been talking about King. Obviously, everyone talks about King. And there are a lot of repeats. But then there are people, because this isn't an indie author, but I was amazed that my Harry Harrison video was doing really well, but I did it because I don't hear anyone talk about Harry Harrison. So even though he's very famous, nobody ever talks about him. It's weird. But there was obviously a lot of indie authors that don't get talked about. Definitely. Is everything okay, Dave? You rescued the princess, yeah? She's all safe. Cool. Clearly, there's a pandemic. Jenny says, "Welcome back, Peter." Doomickey. That's another chunker, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's quite a big one. I haven't seen it. Is that set on? Is that like he's on holiday or something? I can't remember. I don't know. I haven't read it.
I missed this one about Beloved. Yeah, I had that on my list of potential banned books for this year.
All right.
Oh.
I need to get rid of that. Yeah. Well, I was just saying to Rumpus that I'm going to read that soon. So, soon. I'm going to read it.
Beloved?
Soonish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You would buddy read it?
Did I mean that? Did I say Beloved?
You see, every time I say buddy read, he gets nervous. You see that, Rumpus?
I think he meant Kindred.
No, I said Kindred. I said Kindred. Yeah. I was thinking I'm getting confused.
That's not a banned book, is it?
Kindred. I think Kindred is.
Oh, because I got that one over there too. So I'll buddy read that one with you if you want.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to read that one. Beloved, I'm not as sure about. I read Jazz by Toni Morrison, and it did my head in.
Oh, Beloved is a masterpiece. It's so good.
Yeah. I think Jazz might be a bit different because she said that she'd written it like it's jazz. So if you're going to write a story like it's jazz, what do you mean? What have you done to the story? So yeah, Beloved might be a little bit more straightforward in its narrative, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I will read it. But yeah, I'm definitely going to read Kindred soon. That's a good point.
Where I just get so excited every time I hear someone's going to read it that hasn't read it yet. Like I wish I could read
Kindred.
that book again for the first time.
Kindred?
Yes, that's one of my favorite books ever.
Really?
So good. Yeah. So is Beloved. Like both of those are bangers. You'll love them.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it.
When are you going to do it, Gareth?
When are we going to do it? Well, because we need to stop the running joke, we have to read Cage of Souls first. Because Rumpus, this is a book that we've been talking about buddy reading for about a year. It's got to happen. And then because I want to read the third Children of Time one as well, so it'd be nice to try and get some Tchaikovsky back on the menu. You know.
I'm just teasing you. We don't have to. I mean, if you want to read another one like Kindred,
yeah, but it looks like a cool book. You know, I can't even remember the plot, but I remember reading the back going, "Oh my god, this sounds amazing!" And he's got a new one out that sounds really good. To do with, I can't remember the plot of the new one, but the new one sounds really good as well. He writes a lot, though, doesn't he? I think he writes a book every two weeks.
Oh my god, he's like the science fiction Brandon Sanderson these days. It's like crazy. Because I don't think he started. I think he's only been writing for like 10 years. I think like
yeah. He hasn't been writing that long. When you look at the output,
and he's put out so much in that time. I mean, I would bet it's 2 a year. If you I think it's got to be 2 a year. And none of them. Well, that's not true. A few are, but most of them are thick books.
Yeah, he writes kind of novellas sometimes, doesn't he? But
he wrote a couple.
But they're good as well. But yeah, no. Have you read anything by Tchaikovsky, Rumpus?
Nope, but I sure will.
Yeah. He's really cool. So Peter Booklover says my favorite Stephen King was Misery until I read Pet Sematary.
Pet Sematary is great too. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
so good.
I think it's a really interesting way of looking at grief. I think that's the really interesting thing about that book, isn't it? And I think parents might read it differently to someone who's not a parent. Maybe, don't know. I always want. This is a bit of a tangent, but you know the film AI, Artificial Intelligence. Yeah. I really want my wife to watch it because I think I do like the film. I think it's got its faults, but I do like the film in general. But I do think it's kind of designed for mums as well, you know. And I want to know what she thinks of it because she's a mum, and it's like it's all about the relationship between whatever the boy's name is, the robot boy, and the mum, isn't it? It's all about that, really. So I just love to know what she thinks of that. And I think sometimes the target audience is quite specific for some things, you know. Sam's Lot's my favorite. That's one of my favorites. That's when I thought about, well, what are my favorites? What is my top 10? I put that as number 3. Sam's Lot. I think it's awesome. Soft spot for Sam's Lot. I always think about Misery when I'm mowing the lawn or chopping wood. Yes. I watched the book review of Cujo before I read it. Oh, the person mentioned the ending. No, don't spoil the ending, man. Why do people do that? The Parable books were meant to be a trilogy. Do you ever wonder where she would have gone with that last book? What do you think?
I would have loved to have seen a third book, because it's basically about this person is creating a new religion, and it's hard to explain. And I'm terrible at doing that, but it's just, again, she was a time traveler. The first book is great, and that's the one that gets all the attention. But Power of the Talents is just eerie. It's really, really creepy, and like both of them seem like a cautionary tale. And I was able to see someone wrote an opera based on Parable of the Sower, and it's opera, but it's not really an opera. And that was really, really cool as well. But I would love to have seen where she takes that idea. I think like the basic takeaway is like God is change. That's the big theme of the book. So I would love to see it. I would love to see anything from her. She is my favorite. I think she might be my new favorite author. Like I'm just kind of obsessed with her. And it's sort of turned into a drinking game on my channel because I think I name drop her in every single video. Like, I just am beating the drum of everybody go read Octavia E. Butler. And I can't say enough things about her. I just think she's brilliant, and I'm sad she's gone, and I'm sad that I just discovered her. I wish I could have found these books years ago and, been on the Octavia E. Butler train.
Yeah. But it's interesting because she is highly rated and she is mentioned, but it still seems like she's not mentioned enough. Like I mean, I've only read one book, but it seems like she's not the first people that gets mentioned. She's like, she's like one of those. Oh, if you know your stuff, you'll mention her.
Yeah. I really want to find more female science fiction writers. I mean, I really don't know about a lot of them, so I'm trying to find those voices too.
One of my favorites is Claire North. So, do you know Claire North?
Mm-mm.
I absolutely love what she does. She's actually a mate of Adrian Tchaikovsky. They played D&D together, which is quite mad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But her most famous book is the first 15 lives of Harry August.
Okay.
That's the most famous one. It's really good. My favorite one is the book called Touch. And it's like about a being that can travel through different bodies by touching them. And this starts off with them being chased, and you don't really know why they're being chased. And as it goes on, like 30, 40 pages in, you see that they are trying to work out why one of their previous hosts was murdered, and it's all connected to some sort of it's really hard to explain. It kind of builds into this other thing, and I don't want to spoil it, but it's so good. And because she can go, because there's no gender involved, because this being can go to different bodies. Every time they're in a different body, Claire North goes into massive detail about what the body's like and what they smell like, and this being can actually tell if they're going to get cancer and that kind of thing because they can tell. It's just really interesting the way.
That sounds similar to the Patterness series that Octavia E. Butler wrote. There's a character
Okay.
very similar to that. That's cool.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
check that
I'll
out.
look
K
into that.
North?
Claire North.
Claire North. Okay.
Yeah, and then so there's that one, the Harry August, and what's the other one that I? Oh, and I really like another one that she wrote called the sudden disappearance of hope,
Okay.
or the sudden appearance of hope, the sudden disappearance of hope, I think, and it's about someone who she's called Hope, and if she's speaking to someone and they turn around, then Hope becomes invisible to them.
Oh, wow.
So as soon as she's out with their peripheral vision, she's forgotten about. It's really interesting because she ends up becoming like a thief, and she starts like trying to uncover this conspiracy with this dodgy company, and she can do it because she's ignored all the time, and it's really cool. So yeah, interesting writer.
Great.
Yeah.
Everybody, keep them coming. Keep them coming.
She was the one there was a tag when it said, "What author would you like to spend a day with?" And I said Claire North because she seems really cool as well. Yeah. This is the thing. I have nothing against King and the other big sellers, but I never need to see yet more videos about them. It's the less known stuff that always interests me. Yeah, I do get that. And it's nice if you can champion someone that no one knows about, innit? But then I think you'd be a bit fake if you didn't do the ones that you also like that happen to be famous. Do you know what I mean? If you just concentrate on the people that nobody knows about, it's like, because there is actually a channel that does do that. They avoid the famous stuff, and you just think, well, you're just trying to be cool, you know, and trying to be like a bit edgy by not talking about the famous people, you know. So it's like a bit manufactured, I guess. Crime and Punishment is awesome. Crime and Punishment. Did you guys talk about that?
I love Crime and Punishment. That's one of my favorite classics.
I do. I don't know how I'm gonna what I think of it, but I do want to read more Russian literature. So I don't know if that's going to be too heavy and big. I don't know, but my next visit into Russian literature is going to be Gogol's Diary of a Madman. So I've been given that, so I'm going to read that at some point. My dad thought I was talking about Adrian Tchaikovsky, the composer, not realizing he was an author with the same name. Well, Tchaikovsky, the composer, is Peter Tchaikovsky, isn't he? Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. So, yeah, the sound. I like Tchaikovsky, the composer, as well. I think he's cool. I like Russian composers more than the others. An originally interesting short story collection from Alchemy Press, more cosmic horror. I've known him since long before he got really big. Oh, Dave's gone.
Yeah, Dave disappeared.
It's sad when you think about how many authors didn't get massive till after. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, okay. I had a pretty nasty fever the first time I was reading Crime and Punishment, and that bit where I'm going to say it, Raskolnikov hallucinates about the landlady being beaten outside the door actually freaked me out.
Yeah, that horse is pretty bad too.
Yeah.
Horse, do you remember that?
No, I haven't read it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we've got another one. I thought I was caught up. I recommend Jane Fenn and Louise Carey for female. Oh, here we go.
All right. Jane Fenn, Louise Carey.
Oh, and you've just been talking about Becky Chambers, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. I read the Monk and Robot book. Yeah.
So, yeah, because I love the Wayfarer series. Yeah. So, definitely read the first one. Okay. Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. My favorite's the second one, but most people, I think, like the first one the most. I think the third one is the weakest, but the fourth one's really good. Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's a really good series. I think she's brilliant. And quite,
yeah. They were great little books. Like it was exactly
the
what I
Monk and
needed at
Robot
that time. I just,
Yeah.
like I said, getting through those 2-star books, it felt like it was taking a year. And then those you can just get through in like an afternoon. You know, it was exactly what the doctor ordered.
I've read the first one of the Monk and Robot ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say the Wayfair series is a little bit more layered. There's more going on, and there's more to think about. But I think she's got fantastic style. You know, here we go. He's back.
Sure. Oh, good.
Hello.
We've been on too long. I had 2 freezes.
Oh no!
I can only go for so long straight.
I thought you had another damsel in distress. You know,
it's this computer, man.
we can probably. I don't know how people feel, but we can probably finish soon, as it's nearly 3 o'clock.
Oh my God, I forgot. Yeah. Oh man.
Brian, it sounds like you really got into that book. It's a very good book to get into like that. I forgot what book Brian was talking about. Do you remember what book Brian was talking about? Unless that was Crime and Punishment. I'm going to go back to
I think.
find it.
Yeah.
It feels like the right thing to do. To go right back and find out what this book is.
Yeah.
See, some people skip comments. I go back to find the previous comment because it's too far back. Yeah, new life goal: write a book with 0 redeeming value that gets banned in. Okay, that was his comment. That was the last comment that Brian made. So that was what we were talking about, I think. So maybe it's not a good idea to go back to the previous comments. I don't even know what that means.
Brian's last comment was about his nasty fever, Crime and Punishment.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm going way too far back.
Oh, was that the one where he hallucinated the landlady getting beaten? Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. There we go. Right. And then, oops, I'll go back to that comment. I got a trigger happy finger. Where are we? Oh, hold on a minute. And then, it sounds like we're going to read that book. You want to get high viewing figures. This is why the big music mags have major features on the same. Yeah, but I don't know if you guys feel like this, but I try not to be led by figures. I mean, no one's really watching my Twilight Zone videos, and my film reviews. I want to keep doing the odd film review, but no one sees them. But I want to make those videos, so I'll do it. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I
don't know what you. Hey,
I never think about like, are they gonna like what I'm reading? I just read what I want to read, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try not to worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, actually, thinking about it, Dave, a lot of what you talk about, people don't really talk about. You sort of, you'll go, I found this, don't know what this is, but it looks interesting, and you know what I mean. There's a lot of that goes on, which is cool because you're not going, oh, I've heard 50 people talk about this, so I'm going to read it. You know, you don't do that, do you?
Right.
Not in the same way. You'll love Hobb's Realm with the Elderly. I really want to read Robin Hobb. I haven't read Robin Hobb yet.
I have one of their series. I don't know which one it is. I think it's the one that has the word assassin in every single title.
Yeah.
I have like 3 books of those.
Yeah, I've got Ship of Fools. That's the one I own. So that's the start of one of the series. But yeah, she's supposed to be amazing, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely on my list. Yeah, it did. I sometimes sing a bit of Let There Be Rock in my gigs because I put Let There Be Rock in the middle of Stray Cat Strut. It makes sense if you hear it. Gareth is aware of my opinion of change. Yeah, I don't think Dave's a fan.
Oh,
is that me? Where I go? Still
early, Gareth.
when I get tired, which, as you probably know, doesn't happen that often. Actually, it happens as soon as I get in from work sometimes. But at this time of night, I'm usually more awake. But I can feel my face kind of closing in sometimes. It's like, okay. I jumped in on Greg and Al's open mic one on Monday. I was knackered. I was really tired. And I was like, I don't know if you can tell, but I was like this. But I stayed there. I was conversing, but my eyes were also doing this. Still early, good or bad? Yeah. Oh, that's the last one. I was Peter Book Lover. It was about Crime and Punishment. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So it's a funny one, isn't it? Because when you start doing all these book events, you think, oh, I want to read some Russian literature. I want to read the Tchaikovsky ones. It's like, well, when am I going to do it if I'm reading, horror for an entire month, and then the whole summer of science fiction that I'm supposed to be doing, and then it's hard, isn't it? Garb August is going to happen, isn't it? Do you know about Garb August, Rumpus? Have you been involved? Yeah. Are you going to do that?
I have found me some crazy books already. I'm stuck.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It is nice to kind of try and find the extremes, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't
Stalking
wait.
was out there.
I can't wait to get back to Garb August. And Rockets.
Oh, Dave, I got one of my books from your last Garb August. It was the Pro, the graphic.
Did you read it?
Yeah.
So
crazy.
awful, right?
Yeah, it's terrible. Love it.
Yeah, that was pretty raunchy graphic novel.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Was you going to ask about Rocket Summer then, Dave?
Sorry?
Was you going to say something about Rocket Summer?
Oh yeah, is Rocket Summer? Is that July or what month is
that? The idea is it's I think it is July, but I've got a feeling it's more than that. I think it's literally the summer, but it's definitely July. But maybe it's just July. I don't know. But I'm definitely going to use it as the excuse to come back to my favorite genre, which I've been ignoring like mad, and read some sci-fi stuff. So, but I mean, Michael K. Vaughan loves old science fiction, doesn't he? So, he's kind of said he wants it sort of pre-50s, I think, certainly for some of it. So yeah.
Yeah, I've got a ton of vintage sci-fi lined up. I'm ready.
Yeah, but you can get some really mad stuff in those old paperbacks as well, can't you? You're just like, what the hell? I mean, there's some booktubers that rave about Caldwainer Smith.
Yeah,
and I read Caldwainer Smith, but one that gets raved about, and I just thought this guy is clearly on something because it's just it's like so fueled by whatever drug this guy is writing on.
Yeah, it
was madness, absolute madness. But apparently, work of genius. Yeah. Well, it's a fever dream, definitely a fever dream. But then Philip K. Dick's like that. Philip K. Dick stuff is insane, But some people absolutely love it. Peter says, I'd love to hear a mix up of Stray Cats Strut and Let There Be Rock. The guitarist from Stray Cats has some great guitar. Yeah. I love Stray Cats. We do a thing in our back. If we do a pub gig where we're like playing for 2 hours, we do like a 15-minute version of Stray Cats Strut where we put about 15 other songs in it. We have a good laugh with it. And we always try and surprise each other with like someone will start singing, something random. Like one of the newest additions is Richie starts singing Boy in the Bubble by Paul Simon in the middle of Stray Cat Strut. It's just so funny. It's brilliant. And if my son's in the band, because he doesn't make every gig, he starts playing music from Lord of the Rings in the middle of Stray Cat Strut. It's awesome. But yeah, it's quite mad. There's some footage online, I think. I must be getting tired. I just read that a stray cat smut. There's a bit of Garborgus there, isn't it? Stray cat smut.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
I might get the CB radio book at some point, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, I just I have it.
Where's it? Have you got it?
I have it. It's literally on my nightstand, so I don't forget about it. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Oh, what's this, Brian? We're going to hear about pro versus ho.
I mean, I covered it in the Garborgus video. We didn't cover it tonight. I don't know. Did your version have that? Pro versus ho was an extra pro short story about the pro.
I don't think mine had that in it.
Your version didn't have it. Yeah, it's a little short graphic story about when the pro goes against the ho.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
You can imagine what that's like.
Oh, the bass did you guys hear it? The bass just dropped. Here we go.
What?
Here we go.
See that? Did you see that, Gareth? Did you see that light bubble?
I saw that. It looked like someone doing that.
That's what MJ was doing. Did
you see
Rumpus? Did you see your own?
Oh yeah. Is that you? Oh, do that again. We got another trickster on our hands, Dave.
Yeah, MJ was doing this and at one night just over and over, and we couldn't do it. It wouldn't work for us.
Is that what it is?
I don't get it. You do it, Rumpus. You had a light bubble pop up. Did you see that?
It happened. Yeah, I saw it.
But how come it doesn't work for us? It's never worked.
We're on for another hour trying to figure this out.
You like me. You really, really like me.
Okay, for the next 30 minutes, Dave and Gareth will try to make light bubbles pop up on the screen.
Well, MJ kept doing that, didn't she? Hold on, I can't even do it properly.
The love heart thing. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, and it would like somehow translate it? That's weird.
And and then love heart appeared on the screen.
Oh!
He got the like again.
Look at
Maybe you need an eye. Maybe it's good, but you're on an iPhone, right, Gareth?
This is like an online version of someone like blowing the biggest bubble or something. Go, whoa, that was a good one. Yeah, I haven't got an iPhone. I've got a Samsung.
Oh, maybe you need an iPhone. All right, what are you on, Rumpus?
iPhone.
Yeah, maybe you need an iPhone to make it happen.
It's the iPhone thing.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I can make a biscuit appear. I say that. I just dropped one on the floor. I've lost the biscuit.
It's time for your egg sandwich. You need your egg sandwich now.
Oh, yeah, I'll have an egg sandwich in a minute.
That's what he always does when we wrap up the show. He goes and makes an egg sandwich and then goes to bed.
Sounds like I think he goes tomorrow. Yeah.
You what?
Yeah, it is a big day. Yeah. It's nearly tomorrow. It's tomorrow. What are we talking about? Well, tomorrow never comes, right? Whoa.
Good thing it's surrealism.
One of my favorite channels these days is Sarah at Eyes on Indie. Oh, okay. The book she covers doesn't always appeal to me, but her reviews are, yeah, that's cool. I will check her out. So indie authors, indie publishers, maybe. But yeah, that's cool. You know, eating like the Jaffa Cake advert. Is that my egg sandwich? What, like half moon, quarter moon? This is a reference to what? Did we talk about that on this channel? It would have to be with another Brit, wouldn't it? Because you don't get the Jaffa Cake advert, do you?
No.
No. Do you know what Jaffa Cakes are, though, right?
No.
No? It's like a sponge with jelly and then chocolate. Oh, jelly is Jello, isn't it, for you? Jello? Yeah. So I'll say it again. Sponge, then Jello, then chocolate.
That sounds disgusting.
Jaffa Cakes are very, very popular.
Really?
Very popular. And they're like one of those things that are very Moorish. You eat one and that's it. The packet's gone. And you don't even remember eating it.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're very nice. I'll send you some.
Sounds like Rumpus reading a book.
Right.
Yeah. It'd be even worse if it was a book about Jaffa cakes.
Oh my God.
Now Jenny's gonna talk about Jaffa cakes to Sean. Well, Sean lives over here, doesn't he? So he'll know about Jaffa cakes.
Yeah.
Full moon, half moon, total eclipse. There's an advert where there's a teacher going on about the moon, and she's eating half the Jaffa cake, and she's explaining it by, and then she's going, "I need to do it again." And obviously, the idea is that she can't stop eating Jaffa cakes.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful advert. Early morning, gonna retire. Have a good one. Oh, Brian's gone. Thank you, Brian. So, what day is it? Friday now, isn't it?
It's Friday. Several hours into Friday, Gareth.
Jenny says goodbye. So I reckon let's finish off by talking about what we're looking forward to over the weekend. What do you reckon?
Well,
anything nice lined up for the weekend?
I'm going to read a little horror and do a bunch of house cleaning. How about you, Rumpus?
I'm seeing Patti Smith tomorrow.
Oh,
whoa, yeah, that's awesome.
She's performing with the Soundwalk Collective, I think it's called. That other little project she's got going on. They're doing a show at
That's so cool.
They're going to have like cinema. It's a whole art installation thing. So yeah, it's going to be a different show. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
That is brilliant. That's very cool. Well, I've got my gig tomorrow. And we're supposed to be going out somewhere, like me and my wife, maybe Saturday, but I'm not sure. But you just reminded me, something I keep forgetting, that I'm going to see They Might Be Giants again soon. Do you like They Might Be Giants?
Yeah. That was my high school band. We loved it.
Yeah, so I'm seeing them. It'll be for the third time, which is really cool. So they're playing in London soon. So that's in November. But thought I'd mention it because I thought you might know them. So yeah, I love They Might Be Giants. Yeah. So yeah. We have. I have to work and pretend to be an adult. Yeah. I've actually got loads of marking to do as well, but I'll do that very slowly and try and do it. I'm trying to do it as much at work as I can, but you can't really. If you're a teacher, you have to do stuff at home. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
But maybe I could do that now. Maybe from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock, I could do some marking. And I'll be like, no, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I think. Oh, hold on. Procrastination is great. Yeah, procrastination is the new black. Or it would be if I could get around to it. I'm looking forward to going to the pub. Cool, with my oldest friend. That's awesome. Ditching for Patti Smith. There you go. Dave agrees with you on that one. Awesome. No, that's so cool. You can see. Are you going to talk about it on your channel? Going to see Patti Smith, or is that something you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'll probably put a little something in there. I've had it's been a really good week. Monday, I saw The Devil Wears Prada with Meryl Streep, and then yesterday I went to Joe's Pub and saw Justin Vivian Bond, and then tomorrow is Patti Smith. So it's been like a full week of just like, amazing people. It's been a good week.
So you saw Meryl Streep live in the theater?
Yeah. They had the director, the screenwriter, and the Meryl, and there's a beautiful theater in Washington Heights called the United Palace Theater. If you saw Murders in the Building, all of the theater scenes are shot in that theater. The Tony Awards were there last year. It's just like this hidden gem, and Lin-Manuel Miranda's family has poured a whole bunch of money into it, and he has this film series where he does free screenings and he brings people in. And so he's done like Indiana Jones with Steven Spielberg, Black Swan with the director. It's just like mind blowing the people he brings in, and it's completely free. You just got to show up and get a ticket. And But yeah, I flipped out. I was front row center for Meryl Streep. I was just like, oh.
That's very good. I think she's one of those actresses that's not overrated. I think she could do anything. I think she could do any kind of role. I think that's awesome. Yeah, you are having a really good week. Let's face it.
It's gonna be hard to top this week. Yeah.
Brilliant. Right. So Jenny says, as your oldest friend, he should be understanding. And then Dave says he'd come with me. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Robert, for coming on our show. Thank
you for having me. It was fun hanging out.
Sorry we kept you so long, man. Sometimes we just get carried away and
had a good time. Thank you.
Yeah, this is great. Appreciate you. And so it wasn't so bad doing your first live stream, right? So
okay, good. Yeah.
Just gets
easier over the camera.
If you do your own one, you got to fill the comments.
Yeah,
that's the time.
It's gonna be a while, I think. I don't understand how you guys do this. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, this is great. This is great. It's great having you, man.
when we were just saying goodbye, we had 14 people in the room still. That's mad, isn't it?
Oh wow.
It's got So obviously we're saying goodbye now, so people are like, see ya. But that's kind of cool. That's I'm 4 hours still got 14 people in. So thank you so much, guys. And we got a comment about Meryl Streep. I love the movie Death Becomes Her.
Yeah,
that's a great thing.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and she is good at comedy, isn't she? You know, she's obviously she gets like applauded a lot for her dramatic roles, but she is good at comedy. It's got to be said. Jenny says, "See you in a fortnight."
All right, Jenny.
All right, brilliant. Thanks again. Thanks everyone for watching. And thanks, Dave, for putting up with me. Thanks, Ollie, for putting up with Dave.
Aww.
Bye. Say bye-bye. Thanks, everyone. Bye. See ya.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Peter.
Good night.
Good night.